Last night was the type of game that manager Ross Peoples and the Lancaster Barnstormers have been looking for. The club performed well in every aspect of the game last night. Defensively, they turned 3 double plays, made the plays they needed to make. Offensively, 4 home runs, but on top of that, 2 really clutch singles along the way for the Barnstormers last night. On the pitching side, Dominic DeSabatino with only the 4th quality start thrown by a Barnstormers pitcher this year. He gave up 3 runs in 6 innings. Very solid start for the young right-hander from Delaware. The bullpen, 3 scoreless innings for 3 Shepherd relievers. A scoreless inning each for Jordan McCrum, Gabriel Moya, and Garrett Granitz as the ball game wrapped up last night. The Barnstormers used all of those aspects to combine for an 8-3 victory in the opener of a 3-game series against the West Virginia Power. The Barnstormers with that win that got out of last place, jumped into 3rd last night. They look to continue the winning ways tonight. The ongoing story here in the Atlantic League in 2021 is the scramble for pitching, and who wins and who loses in this league may very well boil down to who finds the right arm from basically out of the haystack to carry a team over to the top. Both teams tonight are using basically somebody pretty doggone new to the professional ranks, new or just returning after a several-year hiatus. The Barnstormers tonight turn to right-hander Cody Boydston, who hails from the Richmond, Virginia area, a little bit to the south and east, pitched at Longwood University in the Old Dominion, and was pitching for Plattsburgh in the Empire League. He's got a decent arm, and Ross Peoples will see what he gets. He's going to make the start tonight. For West Virginia this evening, left-hander Joe Harris will be opening the ball game. Harris has thrown 1 inning this week. He hadn't pitched professionally since he was with the York Revolution back in 2015. So you've got a new old guy against a new guy in the professional ranks here tonight as the hunt for pitching around the Atlantic League continues. The Barnstormers in the second game of a homestand with 19 more to go at home, with just a 4-day swing over to York over the upcoming holiday weekend, Independence Day weekend, and we'll be home for a while. A lot of Barnstormers baseball to view. A couple of other points of note as we go into this evening. We'll get the starting lineups your way after the national anthem. One is our congratulations go out to Barnstormers shortstop Clay Luis Rondon, who just before the game found out by a gender reveal, much like we had with Anderson De La Rosa a couple of years ago, that he is going to have a baby girl. He and his wife are expecting, so congratulations go out to Clay Luis Rondon. Also, the Barnstormers are in the finals for the best ballpark in the Major League Baseball partner leagues. Clipper Magazine Stadium is duking it out with Franklin Field, the home of the Milwaukee Milkmen, and nothing against Franklin Field. I got to watch a couple games from there online last year when Butch Hobson's Chicago Dogs were there, but it's not Clipper Magazine Stadium. So get on your devices, continue to vote for our favorite ballpark, Clipper Magazine Stadium. Put us over the top. Right now, a little more than 24 hours into the voting, Clipper Magazine Stadium is ahead. We want to make sure that it stays that way and we can defend our title here in Lancaster. The Barnstormers are about to hit the field tonight. We have mostly cloudy skies. The sun does peek out from time to time. Temperatures are in the 80s. The warmth and the humidity finally getting here after an inordinately cool and dry week at the very start of summer here on the East Coast. The summertime warmth and humidity has arrived as of today, and it's supposed to escalate over the next few. One of the other things we're looking for tonight, can Caleb Gindel tie a franchise record? He needs a home run tonight to do it. Caleb has connected in 5 straight games. He is 1 away from the record in 3 of the last 4 of those. That home run came in his first at-bat. In 2 of those, it came on the game's first pitch. The Barnstormers looking to see if Gindel can tie Ryan Harvey's franchise record with home runs in 6 consecutive ball games. That could happen here tonight. But most importantly, the Barnstormers look for that 2nd straight win and the opportunity to climb back toward the 500 mark. Lancaster is 12-14 coming into tonight, and West Virginia is 10-13. Now, the West Virginia Power tonight will be going by their alter ego and a historic name for baseball in Charleston that's near and dear to my heart. It was the name of the Charleston franchise in the International League back in the 70s. Tonight, they are wearing retro uniforms from the Charleston Charlies. Back in the 1979 season, they were affiliated with the Houston Astros, and you'll see the Astro style with the stripes of jerseys, although the colors are yellow and blue and not the yellow, red, and orange you might have been familiar with back in the day, the Houston Astros. So tonight, they'll be referred to not as the West Virginia Power, but as the Charleston Charlies. And there is some discussion around Charleston. Do they want to make that a permanent switch back to the Charleston Charlies and leave the West Virginia Power as the name of the team that was most recently in the South Atlantic League? So a completely different look tonight for the visiting ball club. The Barnstormers are dressed in their home whites this evening. A very clean and crisp look as the Barnstormers, through a tunnel of fans, now hit the field for Game 2 of our 3-game weekend series against the team from Charleston, West Virginia, a new entry into the Atlantic League here in 2021. And we have a Field of Dreams team, a lot of youngsters. They'll be heading out to either their favorite Barnstormers player or their favorite position. I'm always intrigued to see exactly how these youngsters collect themselves. Do they gang up on one particular player, or do they run out to their favorite position? But we got a lot of kids taking the field tonight, getting ready for the national anthem. And one of our favorite fans and favorite national anthem singers is here tonight. Bo Stauffer will be singing our national anthem, and it's good to see Bo out here, and we look forward to him singing our national anthem.
By Bo Stauffer.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red flare, the bombs bursting in air, gave through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
He's done it many, many times over these last 16 years. Bo Stauffer with our national anthem this evening here at Clipper Magazine Stadium. The youngsters headed off the field. Here are the starting lineups tonight. First, for the visiting Charleston Charlies, it will be Scott Kelly leading off at shortstop. The left fielder batting number 2 is Teodoro Martinez. Jose Tabata will be in right field. He is batting third. The cleanup batter is the first baseman and one-time Barnstormer Jimmy Paredes. In center field, batting fifth, Ruby Silva. The designated hitter in the number 6 slot is Reimer Liriano. Alberto Callaspo, the longtime Kansas City third baseman, will be making the start, batting 7th and playing third for Charleston tonight. The catcher hitting 8th is Alfonso Reda, and Elmer Reyes is the second baseman. He is batting 9th. Joe Harris with the start for Charleston, West Virginia this evening. He's thrown 1 inning here in the Atlantic League this season. His last work was back in 2015 with the York Revolution. For the Barnstormers this evening, Caleb Gindel is leading off, playing right field. Can he do it again and lead off the game with a home run? Melvin Mercedes batting second at second base. Blake Galen will bat third. He has first. The left fielder in the cleanup slot is Trayvon Robinson. Alejandro De Asa is the center fielder batting fifth. Ladarius Clark will be the designated hitter. He is in the number 6 slot. Blake Allemond is at third base hitting 7th. The catcher batting 8th is Anderson De La Rosa. Clea Luis Rondon, the soon-to-be father of a baby girl, is batting 9th, playing shortstop for the Barnstormers here tonight. And newcomer Cody Boydston is on the hill. Boydston in the Empire League, pitching for the Plattsburgh Thunderbirds, was 0-1. He had an earned run average of 5.40, but here's the key, and this may very well be why Ross wanted him. 8 1/3 innings, 11 strikeouts, and only 1 walk for Boydston. He's a product of Longwood University, and during his freshman year, for a while he was the closer. He was the Big South Pitcher of the Week at one point. He saved 4 games in a row for Longwood in his freshman season. He's 6'2" and 235 pounds, a 24-year-old from the small town of Enon, Virginia, which is to the, I would say, east-southeast, maybe southeast of Richmond, out in a more rural area past the Richmond Airport and outside of the Richmond Beltway. Scott Kelly, the shortstop, leading off tonight for Charleston. Kelly, the longtime Somerset Patriot, batting .319 on the year with no home runs and 8 runs driven in. Defensively for the Barnstormers, Blake Allemond is at third. The shortstop, Clea Luis Rondon. At second base, Melvin Mercedes. Blake Galen is at first. The outfield has Trayvon Robinson in left with Alejandro De Aza in center, and Caleb Gindel in right. Anderson De La Rosa is doing the catching. Kelly, the New Jersey native, will step in as we get underway with Game 2 of our 3-game series. Our first look at Cody Boydston. His first pitch is upstairs for a ball. It is 1-0. The search for pitching continues around the Atlantic League. The Barnstormers may be the team with both feet in the boat the most, but everybody is getting into that same boat. Here is the delivery. And again, it is up to Kelly, who has an advantage at 2 balls and no strikes. Signaling the balls and strikes tonight is Steve Zawiski. Scott Hart is over at first base, and the judge, Bill Reuter, is over at third. 2 balls, no strikes. Boydston will fire, and that locates the zone. The count is 2 balls and 1 strike. Cody Boydston, not the only new Barnstormer today. Lancaster also picked up a 24-year-old right-hander from the New Hampshire Ball Club in that same Empire League by the name of Ryan Evans, and there's a third as well. 2-1, in on the hands, popped up foul. Galen sprinting over but can't get there. The ball not with enough arc, and it's 2 balls and 2 strikes to Kelly. The third newcomer is by far the player with the most experience. It's just not recent. Francisco Mendoza, a right-hander who was last in AAA with the Texas Rangers at Round Rock in 2016. Worked out for the Barnstormers today, and Ross liked what he saw. So the 33-year-old Mendoza is on board as well. 3 new pitchers. We had a roster slot already open. Ground ball inside the bag at first, down the line. Kelly will make a turn at first base and hold on. He has the leadoff single against Boydston going the other way and placing the ball past the lunging Blake Galen. Leadoff man is on, and Teodoro Martinez will come to the plate. Martinez is a .376 hitter with a home run and 8 runs batted in. Infield for the Barnstormers will set up a double play depth. Lancaster turned 2 enormous double plays last night in key situations, and a third one on a line drive, but 2 of those were ground ball double plays, one in a bases loaded 1-out opportunity in the 3rd inning for this West Virginia ball club. Kelly, the runner at first base, you have to keep an eye on him. He has stolen 2 on the year. He has, however, been caught twice. The right-hander Boydston to the set, his delivery, and Martinez drives this deep to left field. Sprinting back on it is Robinson. It is over his head, bouncing out to the wall. Kelly is going to hold on at third, into second with a double is Martinez, and already runners are at second and third with nobody out for the right fielder Jose Tabata, batting .355 with a home run and 11 runs batted in. It's such a difficult adjustment. You bring in these young pitchers. They're 23, 24 years of age. They pitched in these lower level leagues. The Empire League is there. It's in this industry, we all know about it. It's a 4-team league that basically is set up around Lake Champlain. And you're asking them, this is the equivalent, coming to the Atlantic League for them is the equivalent from going, say, from maybe rookie ball or short season A up to the big leagues. That's pretty much what we're asking these young people to do. Bouncer foul over toward third base. And it's no balls and a strike on an ex-big leaguer in Jose Tabata, a former Pittsburgh Pirate. Pirates fans certainly are well familiar with the name. Spent about 6 seasons in the major leagues. Scott Kelly, the runner at third. Teodoro Martinez is at second base. Boydston will bring it home and slip it past the outside corner. The count goes to 1 ball and 1 strike. So it's not a knock on any of these kids if they don't have a lot of success against the lineups they're facing. You hope they can. You hope they can come in and absorb 4 or 5 innings, learn as they go, get better as they go. But you're really asking them to take an enormous step. Line toward right center field. Racing over is DeAsa. He will make the catch. Tagging in on the way home is Kelly on the sacrifice fly. And Charleston takes a 1-0 lead here this evening. Tabata with his 12th run batted in of the season. Holding at second base on the play is Martinez, and Jimmy Paredes, the first baseman, will come to the plate. Paredes is at .339 with 3 home runs. He has driven in 12. He walked twice last night. No base hits for the one-time Barnstormer. He was with us for a month or so back in 2018. One-time major leaguer, Astros, Orioles, Phillies. Paredes then went to Somerset in 2019. And now that the Somerset Patriots no longer exist, a lot of their one-time players find themselves playing for another former Patriot, Mark Minikazi, the Charleston manager. It is low to Paredes, ball 1 and no strikes. If you're Cody Boydston, you try to work with Anderson De La Rosa, who knows these hitters a lot better, and just go by the indications of the veteran catcher as to what to do in these circumstances, called strike 1 and 1, and then try to blot the names out of the back of your mind. If you realize you're out there, you're 24 years of age, you haven't pitched anywhere near this level before, and you realize you're facing Jose Tabata and Jimmy Paredes back-to-back, I would imagine it could be a little bit intimidating if you let it get into your skull. 1 and 1, ground ball pulled foul up the first baseline by Galen and down to the Barnstormers' pen. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Such an enormous difference in the uniforms. Last night they were black and gray, worn by West Virginia. The numbers were tough to decipher. And here you've got yellow, a couple of different shades of blue, and black on almost a robin egg blue as far as the numbers are concerned, and they're very easy to pick up. Ball 2 is high. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Paredes. The runner at second base, Teodoro Martinez. 1 out here in the first inning. Everything has been hit fairly hard so far. 2 and 2 to Paredes. That ball is poked to dead center field. DeAsa goes back. He will turn and make the catch. Tagging from second is Martinez. He will advance to third. Paredes with a long fly out, but now Boydston has a chance to settle in, get through the first inning. Everything has been hit fairly well against him. Ruby Silva, the center fielder, still to get through. Silva, after his incredibly hot start to the season, has seen his average dip to .286, 6 home runs. He was the league leader at one point, and he has driven in 16 on the campaign. Up the line from third is Martinez. The defense can play back with 2 outs. Lights have come on, but right now the natural illumination is in charge as the sun has come out from behind a bank of clouds here. Inside to Silva for a ball. It is 1-0. Silva has been around this league quite a bit, starting with York a few seasons back. 1 ball, no strikes. He's come through Long Island and Southern Maryland as well. High topper, first base side. Over for it is Boydston. He gets it and shovels to Galen covering. So not a bad start when you take into consideration the circumstances for Cody Boydston. 1 run does score, 2 hits with no errors. There was a runner left at third. Basically, he came out, he threw strikes, he allowed the Charlies to hit the ball, and the defense, including his own glove work, getting him out of the inning. 1 run, 2 hits, no errors, nobody left. We will head to, or 1 left rather, we'll head to the bottom half of the first inning with the score, Charleston 1 and the Barnstormers coming up.
You can enjoy a night at the ballpark and help out the United Way of Lancaster County. All you have to do is spend 3 hours as an usher during a Barnstormers home game, and the ball club will donate $20 in your name to the United Way program of your choice. Be a friendly face, have fun, and raise money for your favorite local charity. To sign up, go to the LancasterBarnstormers.com website and head to the community link, and we'll see you at the ballpark.
When everyone has a different craving, Wegmans Meals to Go has it all. All right now, all in one delivery. Pizza with the kids' favorite toppings. A delicious sub made the way you love. Fresh sushi for the whole group, and so much more. It's how busy people get busy eating the meals they love. Order on the Meals to Go app or at mealstogo.com to make everyone happy. Wegmans Meals to Go. All your favorite meals, all in one delivery.
Well, the Barnstormers will face a left-handed starter tonight. His name is Joe Harris. If that doesn't ring a bell, well, you don't remember back to the Barnstormers and the York Revolution, the War of the Roses, several seasons ago. Not that Harris was an instrumental player, but he did play for York for parts of a couple of different seasons, 2014 and 2015. He appeared in 28 total games for the Revs, covering 31 innings, and he had a record of 1-2 with the Revolution back then. He has not pitched since the 2015 season. He spent far more time with Fargo Moorhead of the American Association, the Red Hawks, and won 10 games out of the bullpen for Fargo Moorhead back in 2013. He is originally from Douglasville, Pennsylvania, went to college in Delaware. Harris, 6'3", 205-pound left-hander. The pitch to Caleb Gindel. He goes after it, a little chip shot out to center field. That's going to be a tough play, and it may not be a leadoff home run tonight, but Gindel is aboard with a bloop single to start the game as the Barnstormers trying to come back from a 1-0 deficit. Gindel will have to wait for future at-bats to try and tie Ryan Harvey's franchise record by homering for the 6th consecutive game. Melvin Mercedes will step in. Melvin hitting .370 with 1 home run and 15 runs batted in. He has been the steadiest contributor to this Barnstormers team since the outset of the season. He still has failed to reach base in only 1 game that he started, and there's only been 1 game in which he hasn't started. The pitch very high and outside from Harris as he attempted something that looked off speed. Ball 1, no strikes to Mercedes. Blake Galen, the first baseman, waits on deck. In many ways, the Atlantic League in 2021 is a battle of attrition on these pitching staffs. The Mercedes breaking ball gets the inside corner, and the count levels at 1-1 with Galen waiting on deck. Every ball club has lost a couple. It's just a question of how many and what shape you're left in. The injuries on top of the purchase contracts have really hampered the Barnstormers, bringing in all these younger pitchers as they have. Now to Mercedes. The pitch is low for ball 2. 2 balls and 1 strike from Joe Harris, who is 34 years of age. He didn't start pitching professionally until he was 24. To the set and to the plate, a swing and a miss by Mercedes. Now 2 balls and 2 strikes. Gindel, the runner at first, has shown no desire to take off at any point. Caleb is not the quintessential leadoff hitter in that he's not the fastest guy that the Barnstormers have. Gindel is just a master at reaching base and getting your offense underway. 2-2. Harris working to Mercedes with Galen waiting on deck. The 2-2 offering is outside and boxed around by the catcher Alfonso Reyta. 3-2. At one point, decades ago, the human rain delay, Mike Hargrove, batted lead off for a while for the Cleveland Indians, and he was the slowest thing in two shoes, but he drew a lot of walks. 3-2. Harris will come to the plate. Mercedes swings, yanks that out to left field, and that will drop for a base hit. Melvin is on, Gindel up to second. Mercedes is having that kind of a year. He started the night officially 6th in the Atlantic League in batting when you consider that you need 2.7 plate appearances per game and weed out some that are listed ahead of him who do not qualify based on that. Blake Galen standing in. Galen has homered 2 games in a row now. 256 with 3 homers, 21 runs batted in on the campaign for the Barnstormers first baseman. Gindel on at second, Mercedes the runner at first, nobody out. In the bottom of the first inning, the Barnstormers trying to answer the 1 run and maybe more. The pitch to Galen is low and blocked by Reyta. 1 ball, no strikes to Galen. Trayvon Robinson is on deck. Trayvon will bat from the right side of the plate. The Barnstormers have switch hitters tonight in the 2, 4, 7, and 9 slots in the batting order. 1 ball and nothing, the count to Galen. Harris will deliver and just graze the outer edge. The count squares up at 1-1. You talk to the umpires around the league who, of course, for years worked with Blake Galen as a hitter when the human eye was calling balls and strikes, and they'll tell you Blake knew what was a ball and what was a strike about as well as we did. They could even tell you where he had the pitch almost down to the millimeter. Into the dirt for ball 2. It's 2 balls and a strike. Different human umpires would have different tendencies in calling the strike zone. And if a pitch were called early on Blake and maybe in his mind he didn't necessarily think it was a strike, he would ask, where did you have that? And the umpire would tell him, and Blake would make the adjustment, and that's how you end up in your career, walking more often than you strike out. To Galen, line drive. He's got a base hit out to right field. Gindel will stop at third. It's 3 straight hits at the outset of the night for the Barnstormers. Trayvon Robinson will come to the plate with the bases juiced and nobody out. Robinson had a big night last night, now hitting .267 with 3 home runs. He has knocked in 15 on the season. It hasn't necessarily been a good year for Trayvon from the right side of the plate, still trying to get in the groove there. But Lancaster, unlike other years, has not had the opportunity to see much left-handed pitching. Robinson is just 2 out of 14 as a right-handed batter. He's got Gindel at third, Mercedes at second, Galen the runner at first, nobody out. In the bottom half of the first inning tonight at Clipper Magazine Stadium, Charleston leading 1-0. Robinson trying to at least solve that issue here. DeAza waits on deck. The pitch to Robinson, cut on and popped up. Infield fly will be called as the shortstop Kelly fades back onto the outfield grass to make the catch. That is an enormous first out for Harris. That's the first step out of a bases loaded, nobody out jam, is an infield pop-up, because it takes a lot less effort to get that than it does the strikeout. You want to get one or the other, and then you're set up for the double play that can get you out of the inning. The batter is DeAza, hitting .295 with 5 runs driven in. Alejandro just used as a pinch hitter last night. He's 0 for 10 now over his last 4 games after an incredible hot streak, especially against the Long Island Ducks last weekend. Bases loaded, 1 out, left-on-left battle. Harris to the plate. DeAza watches a breaking ball outside and low, 1-0. Designated hitter Ladarius Clark waits on deck. Charleston with a run in the top of the first inning. Again, because of the jerseys they're wearing tonight, retro Charleston Charlies jerseys. And Mark Minikazi actually broke out a printed Charleston Charlies lineup card for tonight. That's how we are calling the West Virginia Power. De Aza went too far. The count evens at 1 ball and 1 strike. Officially, this is a West Virginia Power game, but we'll defer to the jerseys and the lineup cards, and at least part of the time tonight refer to them as Charleston or the Charlies, a historic name when they were a AAA International League club back in the 70s and early 80s before the franchise moved initially to Old Orchard Beach, Maine. Fouled back by De Aza. It's 1-2, and eventually Scranton Wilkes-Barre. So if you stop to think about it, this is the franchise that eventually became the Phillies AAA team after a couple of moves, bouncing around the northeast quadrant of the country. Harris has De Aza at 1 ball and 2 strikes. The Barnstormers still have the bases loaded, but now with 1 out, an opportunity you do not want to allow to go by the boards here in the very first inning. De Aza waits the 1-2. Harris will bring it home, and Alejandro punches it over the head of the shortstop Kelly into left center field. Gindel scores. Mercedes is on the way. 2 runs across on the De Aza base hit, and the Barnstormers take a 2-1 lead. Ladarius Clark will step in as Alejandro De Aza comes up with the clutch single here in the first inning. And that's the way De Aza has been hitting. If somebody has seen, 11-year major leaguer and expects him to come in and bat like Mike Trout or somebody like that, no, that's not his game. He's batting more like Rod Carew with these singles sprayed around the field. There is power there. De Aza really hasn't busted loose with it, but he is a magician at putting the ball in open patches of grass. Now Ladarius Clark stands in. Clark hit one of the 4 Barnstormers home runs last night, a 2-run shot in the 6th inning. 236 on the year with 6 home runs, and he's driven in 19. Galen is at second. De Aza, the runner, at first. Still just 1 out in the bottom half of the first inning. Harris glancing around, now 1-0 on Ladarius Clark, swinging a pop-up foul. Coming back toward the backstop is Rada, but he soon gives up. The ball carries to the crowd. The count will level on Clark at 1 ball and a strike, and one of our patrons tonight apparently made a nice play on that. I can't see the entire seating bowl. I just respond to the cheers at times. 1 ball, 1 strike to Clark in the lineup tonight as the designated hitter for the Barnstormers. The man with the reddish dreadlocks poking out from underneath his red batting helmet. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. Swung on and missed. Clark doesn't get cheated on his swings. 1-2. But he also has the type of swing that generally will hit the ball the other way. His game-winning 3-run double a week ago tonight at Long Island, last night, was pulled down the line in left field. But when Ladarius hits the ball in the air, it's typically to right center, or sometimes straightaway center. Harris goes to work 1-2 instead. He steps off and bluffs Galen back to second base. We do have a bit of a breeze tonight, blowing from left across to right, only accentuating the oblong nature of this facility, where it's 300 down the right field line, 320 down the left field line. Left field bows out, right field goes straight across. Clark gets ball 2 inside and low, down around his shoelaces. 2 balls and 2 strikes to the man from Meridian, Mississippi, Ladarius Clark. As an SEC football fan myself, the first thing I asked him, Ole Miss or Mississippi State? And he said, Ole Miss, absolutely. 2-2. It's off the outside corner. 3 balls, 2 strikes to Clark. We'll see if the Barnstormers dare to put Galen and De Aza in motion here. Clark is a guy who does strike out quite a bit, so it would be a real gamble to start the runners at this point. 3 balls, 2 strikes. 2 on, 1 out, and 2 runs across. Harris does a little extra stretching. Now he will deliver from the set. Clark swings and misses at a breaking ball. The Barnstormers did not start the runners. Clark is an all-or-nothing type hitter. He is 3rd on the team in runs batted in. Galen and Gindel each have 21. Ladarius has 19. But they come in bunches. He has a series of very big hits for this ball club. But he does strike out quite a bit. Now here is Blake Alleman, the switch-hitting third baseman. He checks in at 280 with 6 homers. He's driven in 12. Down and away for a ball. 1-0 the count on Alleman. Blake from the right side of the plate is hitting .348. This has actually been his better side. Galen off second. DeAsa leading from first base. A ball and nothing to Blake Alleman. Harris to the set and to the plate. He is up and away with that. 2-0. The catcher, Anderson De La Rosa, waits on deck. De La typically swings the bat fairly well against lefty pitching, so they don't necessarily want to work around Allemond here. 2 balls, no strikes. Blake fouls that to the screen. It's 2-1. Harris is not at all a hard thrower. But he's got enough of a mix and a deceptive motion that you've seen it already, will get a lot of off-balance swings. Blake Alleman batting 2-1. The 2 runners lead. Harris gives a look back and to the plate. Alleman fouls another into the screen. 2 balls, 2 strikes. The Barnstormers have taken a 2-1 lead here in the bottom half of the first inning. And it's all been on guys swinging the bats tonight, which is ultimately what the desire is all the way around the world of baseball, is to see the ball put in play and get rid of a lot of the walks, a lot of the strikeouts. 2 balls, 2 strikes on Alleman. The pitch is into the dirt and skipping away from Rada. Up to third base is Galen. Up to second is DeAza. Gives the Barnstormers more of a chance of scoring 2 runs here. But the possibilities of scoring 1 do not increase by a great deal. 4 singles and a wild pitch in the inning. 3 balls, 2 strikes to Blake Alleman. Outfield is straight away against the Barnstormer third baseman. Here's the payoff pitch. He walks him, and Anderson De La Rosa will come to the plate with the bases loaded and 2 outs. De La Rosa has slipped to 200. He has 1 home run, and he is driven in 7. He's going to have to wait. There will be a mound visit from former Washington Nationals pitching coach Paul Menhart. Now working with the Charleston Charlies / West Virginia Power Club here in 2021. De La Rosa is just 1 out of his last 21. That hit was a solo home run at Long Island last Sunday afternoon. He had seen his average climb to 310 because he has split the catching duties ultimately fairly evenly with Anthony Peroni. Still not that many at-bats, and the average is far more subject to bouncing around a bit. Big opportunity for De La here in the first inning. Conversation continues with the plate umpire Steve Zawiski as Menhart returns to the dugout. De La Rosa will come in on the season. Anderson De La Rosa 0 for 1 with the bases loaded. He has Galen at third, Deasa at second, Alamond, the runner, at first base. De La Rosa drove his family back from Lexington yesterday and sat last night. Anthony Peroni had a very nice night. He was 2 for 4 and drove in a critical run in the 4th inning. Now to De La Rosa, off-speed pitch across for a strike. It's 0-1. The Barnstormers have strung together 4 singles in the bottom of the 1st inning. They have 2 runs home, but they're looking for more, knowing the situation as it is. With the lack of pitching on both sides, you can almost anticipate a high-scoring game tonight. The 0-1 to De La Rosa. He goes for it, fouls it back, a second strike. It is 0-2. Shortstop Clay Luis Rondon waits on deck. Runners lead from everywhere. De La Rosa in a deep hole at no balls and 2 strikes. Harris trying to get out of this enormous 1st inning jam. To De La Rosa, fly ball to right field toward the corner. Angling over on it is the right fielder Tabata, and just in front of the warning track in the right field corner, he makes the catch. De La Rosa comes up short, trying to drive in a bundle of runs. He didn't get it to the porch out there. 2 runs on 4 hits with no errors. The Barnstormers strand 3 here in the opening inning, and at the end of 1, Lancaster has the lead. Barnstormers 2, and the Charleston Charlies, or West Virginia Power, if you prefer, 1.
We are finally back enjoying Barnstormers baseball. I'm Adam Gocknauer from Gocknauer Appliances, and thrilled to be sponsoring Barnstormers baseball yet again. We also wanted to thank all of you for your incredible support for our business during the pandemic. We are so happy to still be here helping you with the best brand names and the best prices of major appliances in the area. Enjoy the game, and we will continue to service you now and into the future. Gocknauer Appliances in East Petersburg and on the web at gocknauers.com.
Like craft beers? Then the best place to be in Lancaster is Clipper Magazine Stadium. That's right, celebrate baseball or just a night with your friends at the Broken Bat Deck down the right field line. The Broken Bat features more than 20 local craft breweries plus product from a local winery. Food including Otto's Meatballs is sold off a pub-style menu. So get together, hang out with your friends, or make some new ones. Enjoy a night of craft beer sampling along with a Barnstormers game.
Both Cody Boydston and Joe Harris tonight gritting their teeth through a rough 1st inning and minimizing the damage. Boydston was greeted by a single and a double, limited the Charlies to just 1 run, and then Harris allowed 4 hits and a walk, but still the Barnstormers could produce merely 2 in the bottom of the 1st inning. And now it is Boydston's turn to go back to work. He'll be facing Reimer Liriano, Alberto Callaspo, and Alfonso Reda here in the top of inning number 2. Already a long night. That 1st inning absorbed a half an hour of playing time. Last night, the season's fastest 9-inning game for the Barnstormers at 2 hours, 55 minutes. West Virginia, at least early, was getting games in the likes of 2:16, 2:20, and the rest of the league was, shall we say, green with envy, because that's the length of time a baseball game should take, or no more than 2:45 for any kind of regular game without extra innings or a lot of craziness. A strike to the inside corner on Liriano. It's 0-1, and that's what the entire industry is trying to get back to, is the not necessarily the Tommy John, Scott McGregor style of pitching. Fly ball foul and out of play. Liriano bats at 0-2, but not the 6-walk, 11 strikeout per 9-inning type of pitching either. Athletes have gotten better. Pitchers are throwing harder. Batters are stronger. And not only are the pitchers throwing harder, they can put more on the baseball than has ever been seen in the past. Swing and a miss. Boydston picks up his first strikeout here in the Atlantic League. Big first out here in the second inning. And now Alberto Callaspo will come to the plate. 349 with a home run and 10 runs batted in. Callaspo previously has been in the Atlantic League with the Bridgeport Bluefish a few seasons back. But in the majors from 2006 to 2015. As an infielder, he came up with Arizona. I mostly remember him with Kansas City, but then he played with the Angels, Oakland, Atlanta, and the Dodgers by the end. First pitch strike to the inside corner. 4 pitches, 4 strikes from Boydston, and that's got to break Ross Peoples out into a nice big grin at this point. 0-1 on Callaspo in from the left side of the plate. The pitch swung on, wrapped to second. Easy play for Melvin Mercedes. The toss across. Boydston has settled in and retired 5 in a row. 2 are gone. The batter will be catcher Alfonso Reda. Is backing up Jovan Gonzalez. Gonzalez mostly the guy for Mark Minikazi. Reda giving Gonzalez a break tonight. Reda is 3 for 12. 2 of the hits are doubles. This guy, you want to talk about the classic catcher build, 5'8", 200. That used to be goalies back in the day, hockey goalies back in the day too, no longer. Called strike to Reda, it's 0-1. Hockey goalies now, they're running about 6'4". By the way, speaking of hockey, congratulations to Zach Cunningham, my former colleague here in Lancaster with the Barnstormers, as he has gotten his, well, he doesn't work on the hockey side, he's in group sales, but his Tampa Bay Lightning back to the Stanley Cup Finals. Zach says he's looking for his 3rd ring. He got one with the Barnstormers in 14. Strike to the inside corner. Reda batting 0-2. And Boydston looking for that kind of inning that'll have Ross Peoples not just breaking out in a big grin, but probably jumping up and down and doing an Irish jig in the dugout if he sees a 1-2-3 inning on fewer than 10 pitches. Here's the 0-2. It is inside to Reda. That's the 8th pitch of the inning. 2 outs, nobody on base, top of the second. Lancaster with a 2-1 lead. Each side theoretically could have had more out of that first inning. 1-2, Reda awaits the offering from Boydston. Big breaking ball, see you later. That's strike 3 called. Boydston was charging off the hill before it was registered by the electronics. He knew it, so did everybody. A 1-2-3 inning, 2 strikeouts are included, and somewhere Ross Peoples is singing the Hallelujah chorus down in the Barnstormers dugout. We are through 1.5 tonight. It is the Lancaster Barnstormers 2 and the West Virginia Power, or Charleston Charlies if you prefer, 1.
It's all sunshine and
Localflavor.com, local flavor. Localflavor.com, local flavor.
Excuse me, are you saying localflavor.com?
Oh yeah, it's where I save big bucks on all kinds of things. Home improvement projects, dining out, family fun, electronics, jewelry, clothing. I even bought my wife a fancy spa package for half price.
Half price?
Yep, you know all the deals you find in Clipper Magazine.
I love Clipper Magazine.
Well, they're all on localflavor.com too. And you can get them right on your phone thanks to localflavor.com's mobile app. Here, take a look.
Well, this app is amazing. Look at all these restaurants, amusement parks, car washes, fitness centers. This is worth sharing about.
Exactly. Localflavor.com online, the Local Flavor mobile app, and Clipper Magazine together. It's like a triple play.
Do the cheer again. I'm in.
Localflavor.com, local flavor. Come on, everybody! Localflavor.com, local flavor. Localflavor.com, local flavor.
For the Barnstormers in the bottom of the second, Cleo Luis Rondon will be leading off. He'll be followed by Caleb Gindel and Melvin Mercedes. The only jersey in which Rondon wears number 8 is the home whites. Number 7 does not fit. And Rondon has to switch to number 8 and mess everybody up. Fortunately, he has the nameplate clearly spelling out Rondon on the back of that jersey. He'll be followed by Caleb Gindel and Melvin Mercedes. Rondon in from the right side of the plate against Joe Harris. Defense straight up against the Lancaster shortstop. Harris ready to go. Rondon, ground ball foul down the third base side and into the Charlie's bullpen. 0-1 on the Venezuela native. I had known his wife was coming into town this weekend because I helped Cleo make the arrangements, but I did not know about the gender reveal we had tonight, and congratulations for the Rondons. And he celebrates by spanking a base hit up the middle. Cleo Luis with Barnstormers hit number 5. Anything that Cleo contributes offensively is gravy, but as of late, he has been contributing on the offensive side. He's known as a defensive specialist, but right now, Rondon has himself a 6-game hitting streak. Here is Gindel. He wants that record. Can he get it? More important to Caleb, though, is winning games. The pitch is a breaking ball. It stays high. Ball 1, no strikes. Harris was doing his best to freeze Rondon at first base, and it looked like Cleo's weight had shifted for a split second there towards second. The left-hander comes to a very low set position. Gindel awaits the 1-0. It's across at the knees. The count is even. 1 ball, 1 strike. Second baseman Melvin Mercedes, the on-deck batter for the Barnstormers, already has a hit in the coffers tonight. He has been so amazingly steady. Gindel awaits the 1-1. Here it is, swinging a pop fly out to left. Easy chance for Teodoro Martinez toward the line. Gindel's retired. 1 out, runner on. Melvin Mercedes will step in. He singled to left back in the first inning. On Mercedes' part, he is now 9 for 23, hitting .391 as a right-handed batter. Team-wise, the Barnstormers, in terms of batting average anyway, are about the same against left-handers and right-handers. They hit more home runs against right-handers, as you might expect. I think that's true even on the road as well as at home. Just outside at 73 miles per hour. Ball 1 and no strikes to Mercedes with Galen waiting on deck. Lancaster leading 2-1, trying to extend that lead here in the bottom of the second inning. Infield for Charleston, set double play depth. There goes Rondon. The pitch to Mercedes is a called strike, and no throw can be made by Reda. Third stolen base of the season for Cleo Luis Rondon. He's 3 for 4. The Barnstormers move a runner into scoring position, and either Mercedes or Galen will be looking to get Rondon the rest of the way around. 2 balls, no strikes to the Barnstormers' second baseman. Harris's pitch is low and gets through the 5-hole on Reda. Again, we'll go with the hockey analogies. That's a pass ball. Charge to the catcher Alfonso Reda. It moves Rondon to third. Mercedes has the edge in the count. Scoreboard reads 3-0, but that is not the case, I don't believe. Charleston brings the infielders up on the right side and halfway up on the left. Harris to Mercedes. Pitch is right there. And I think that makes it 2-2. Steve Zawiski indicating the count. Rondon up the line from third. Mercedes looking at least for a deep enough fly ball here. Harris deals, and it's in the air, but foul and possibly playable. Paredes over in front of the Lancaster dugout to make the catch. Melvin Mercedes having an unsuccessful at bat.
Now batting first.
Blake Galen will come to the plate. Galen singled into right field back in the first inning. Galen was in, especially for him, fairly pronounced batting slump. He went 3 for 23 from the 12th of June through the 20th. But since then, he's turned it on. He's on a 5-game hitting streak, 6 out of 12 at the moment, and he's homered in the last 2. Pitch just clipping the outside corner to Blake. It is 0-1. Rondon is at third. Two outs in the inning. Galen needs a base hit. Harris to the set. Galen looks at a pitch down low. Trayvon Robinson is on deck. 2-1 Lancaster, lower half of the second inning. We've got fireworks to follow the game tonight. A very good crowd on hand. Crowds around the Atlantic League, and I'm trusting the world of baseball in general, are continuing to grow as people feel more and more comfortable being out in public. A strike to the outside corner, 1-2. And it's an individual choice, but once you feel comfortable, come on out. It's just exciting to be back here at Clipper Magazine Stadium, or anywhere at a ballpark for that matter. 1-2 breaking ball, and Galen goes down looking. Harris ducks out of a jam here in the second. No runs, a hit, no errors. And Rondon is stranded over at third. We're at the end of 2 innings at Clipper Magazine Stadium tonight. It is the Lancaster Barnstormers 2 and the guys from Charleston, West Virginia 1.
At Clipper Magazine Stadium, we have hot dogs and popcorn, peanuts, soda, and nachos. But what if, say, you are only 3 months old and mom wants to have a night out and watch the Barnstormers? Well, thanks to May Grant Obstetrics and Gynecology, the littlest of Stormer fans now have a place to go for dinner during the game. Tots can take mom to the Little Sluggers dugout behind Section 13 at the stadium for a comfortable private feeding experience. A brightly painted room with comfortable furniture and TVs tuned to the game, it is the perfect spot for baby and mom during a night at the ballpark.
I'm an aficionado.
I'm a sneakerhead.
I'm a foodie. Gamer.
I'm a gym rat.
There are many names for enthusiast.
A fashionista.
But there's only one way to become one. By going all in. The Lexus IS Sports Sedan is our obsession. Relentlessly engineered and designed to be the most responsive IS ever. It's what we call going all in on the sports sedan. The Lexus IS. See Bobby Rahal Lexus in Mechanicsburg or Lancaster County.
An interesting matchup on the mound tonight between Cody Boydston, a 24-year-old who's been pitching for Plattsburgh in the Empire League, and just a little bit before that at Longwood University in Farmville, Virginia. And Joe Harris, a 34-year-old career independent league pitcher who hasn't taken the mound professionally in 6 years. And right now, it's just 2-1 in favor of the Barnstormers. The number 9 hitter, Elmer Reyes, who spent a full season as the shortstop for the Long Island Ducks a few years ago, leads off here in the third. Reyes batting .264 with 1 home run, 4 runs batted in. He and Scott Kelly switched positions tonight, with Kelly moving to short and Reyes taking over at second. Boydston to the plate, and he pours it in the zone for a called strike. It's 0-1. And right now, the way things have gone this season, Barnstormers pitching walking an inordinate number of batters. The fact that Boydston is into the third and hasn't issued a base on balls yet is just a feather in his cap. Bouncing ball past the mound. Scooped up by Mercedes. Melvin with a throw that came out of the sun. And Blake will talk to him about that, I'm sure, after the game. And it's just not a normal situation that the second baseman and first baseman have to deal with here on that throw, but it came out of the sun. And as Mercedes comes to realize that it's June at Clipper Magazine Stadium, he will, when he has a chance to do it, either take a step back or a step forward before making that throw, so it's not coming right out of the sun into the eyes of his first baseman. 7 in a row set down by Boydston with 1 out. We get to the top of the order, and Scott Kelly, who crept a base hit inside the first base bag, leading off the game. He takes a ball inside from Boydston, and now for Boydston, it's that critical second time through the batting order. 1 ball and nothing, and again, he's got to rely on De La Rosa to try and help him through it. Upstairs for ball 2, he drops behind Kelly, 2-0, and we haven't really seen much out of this from the beefy Boydston. 6'2" and 235, and he looks every bit of that. He's a large, stocky fellow. 2 balls and nothing. The pitch, over the top fastball, good for a strike. It is 2-1. Shadows creeping in from third base and left field here. And eventually, the one guy who will be left in the sunshine on the field will be the first baseman, which is unusual. Most places, it's the right fielder who is the last to disappear into the shadows. High for ball 3, and now Boydston is in danger of giving up that first base on balls. You know he's the new guy. He doesn't have the nameplate on the back of his jersey, and he was given the option to wear the red jerseys tonight. Boydston had the call, and he said, I don't care, my nameplate's not on it. I want to wear white. And the Barnstormers are in the white jerseys. I love them. Called second strike. It's 3-2 on Kelly. It's traditional. I think these white jerseys are really sharp. The reds with the LA and C across the front are terrific. I like the black stripe jerseys also. And ball 4 just high to Kelly. Charleston with a 1-out base runner here in the third. And I know if you've just tuned into the broadcast and you're wondering why I am referring to the visiting team as Charleston as opposed to the formal name of West Virginia Power, is that the visiting team is wearing retro jerseys tonight. The jerseys of the Charleston Charlies, vintage jerseys from the International League days. When they first returned in the South Atlantic League to Charleston, I believe they were the Wheelers, and they wore green. Breaking ball to the inside corner, a strike on Martinez, who doubled to left back in the first inning, helping to build the Charleston run. And then they became the West Virginia Power. Different affiliations over the years. High and inside, De La Rosa looking for a throw to first, but Kelly didn't present the opportunity. 1 ball and 1 strike now on Martinez with Jose Tabata waiting on deck. Lancaster with the 2-1 lead here in the top of the third. Boydston would love to get another one of those ground balls right at Melvin Mercedes. Kelly inching off first. He's got a reasonable lead, not an enormous one. He's going. The pitch is swung at and hit to center field, hit pretty well, but Deaza draws a bead and makes the catch as Kelly, playing at halfway, returns to first. Tabata, the right fielder, will come to the plate. And calling them the Charleston Charlies tonight is meaningful to me. And this is a little bit of personal history. Most of you who have followed the ball club over the years and listened to me over the years know that my baseball roots and my personal roots are in Rochester, New York, which was in the International League back in the days of the Charleston Charlies. And my first official game as a broadcaster, and I say official, it wasn't, I toyed with it a couple of nights just previously from Syracuse, but my first official game as a broadcaster, getting paid to be a broadcaster and not working as a PR intern, was actually from old Watt Powell Park in Charleston. With the Red Wings taking on the Charleston Charlies, I made the trip with the late Pete Brown, who was an awesome friend, as well as the great Red Wings broadcaster in the late 70s. Runner goes, pitch taken for a ball. De La Rosa's throw is high, but in time on a terrific tag. There's Melvin Mercedes for you. That's in the Javi Baez League of Tags. Kelly goes down, no runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left on base. We're on our way to the bottom half of the third tonight with the score, the Lancaster Barnstormers 2 and the Charleston Charlies 1.
New to Clipper Magazine Stadium in 2021 is Otto's Hospitality. Otto's is totally committed to the fan experience, from quality to convenience to safety. And they are committed to Lancaster, using local food purveyors whenever possible. New menu items like homemade Brauhaus pretzels, Black Angus burgers, and Otto's meatballs are sure to make any Barnstormers game even more fun. Use self-ordering kiosks or your phone instead of waiting in the lines. That's Otto's Hospitality.
Pennsylvanians are creating their own soundtrack. Thanks to PA Lottery Scratch-Offs, excitement's back. Pennies, nickels, dimes, or quarters, no matter your choice, scratching's always in order. With big top prizes and second chance drawings, thrills await. They're out there calling. If it's excitement you seek and you're looking for action, play the PA Lottery. And keep on scratching. Must be 18 or older. Please play responsibly. Benefits older Pennsylvanians every day.
We go into the bottom of the third inning. A great tag by Melvin Mercedes. What hasn't he done this season? Now, Trayvon Robinson, Alejandro De Aza, and Ladarius Clark, 4, 5, and 6 in the lineup to encounter the left-hander Joe Harris as we settle into the bottom of the third inning. I think everybody is pleasantly surprised at the work of these two starting pitchers tonight. Harris goes to work on Robinson. Trayvon fouls that back for a strike. It is 0-1. Robinson popped up to shortstop with the bases loaded back in the first inning. The Barnstormers squandered an opportunity to deliver a knockout blow to Harris in that first inning, leaving the bases loaded. They did score 2 on the single by De Aza. 0-1 to Robinson is up. We have a 1-ball-and-1-strike count to Trayvon. Lancaster has 5 hits tonight, all singles, directly in contrast to the 4-home-run game of a night ago. 1-1. Robinson swings through that, and it's 1 ball and 2 strikes. Trayvon just does not have this side of the plate down. Robinson has worked very hard on converting his diet to being plant-based, and he wheeled a cart full of organic fruits and veggies in today. He had gone shopping, and it's a tip for all of us to try and make that conversion. You don't have to do it extremely. My doctor tells me to chip away at it and not feel any compulsion to go all the way there. Breaking ball is inside and low, 2 balls and 2 strikes. I'm sorry, I still like my chicken. I'm not giving it up. My chicken and my turkey and my pulled pork, but the more you can filter in the spinach and the carrots and the berries, the better off you are. And in my case, almonds and Stuff like that, too. Into the dirt, ball 3, 3-2. Full count from Joe Harris to Trayvon Robinson here in the third inning. Defense is straight up against him, and the payoff pitch is fouled right at the dish. Still 3 balls and 2 strikes. Barnstormers leading 2-1. All the runs coming in the first. A sac fly for Tabata, a 2-run single for De Aza. Boydston with the Barnstormers start tonight. We may very well see both Evans and Mendoza later on. 3-2 again to Robinson. Ground ball to the shortstop. Kelly with the dig and the throw. Robinson retired 6-3. That is 4 in a row retired by Harris. And it's important for him. We always talk about the second time through the batting order, and it's the second and third times through the lineup that are more indicative of how nicely a pitcher is made a start than it is the first time through the batting order. The really good starting pitchers, and I can think of Dwayne Pollock in Barnstormers history, but guys of old, the Catfish Hunters of the world, if you were going to get to them, you got to them that first time through the batting order. They owned you when they saw you the second and third time. First pitch strike to De Aza, it's 0-1. And that was Pollock when he was here winning the back-to-back Pitcher of the Year honors in the Atlantic League. If you didn't get some runs on him in the first inning, you weren't going to score very much. 0-1 to Alejandro De Aza. Harris deals low for ball. Ladarius Clark, the designated hitter, waits on deck. And I clearly remember that being the case with Catfish Hunter, who, of course, was one of the great pitchers back in the 70s. Died prematurely from Lou Gehrig's disease. 1-1. Ball 2 is high. 2 balls and a strike. I guess technically Hunter died from a fall, but one that he would not have had he not been suffering from ALS. 2 balls, 1 strike to De Aza. His single knocked in the 2 runs back in the first inning. A soft liner over the head of Scott Kelly, and now he pulls one over the head of the second baseman Reyes and into right center for a base hit. This is vintage Alejandro De Aza. We're watching a guy who's a magician with the bat. Ladarius Clark to the plate. Clark, a strikeout victim back in the first, one of the 2 so far for Harris tonight. My one disappointment of this wonderful Saturday evening at Clipper Magazine Stadium is that the clouds went away. That sun is bright. De Aza, the runner at first. 3 steals. He's been caught once. Harris will check him with a light throw. Lancaster with a successful stolen base for Cleo Luis Rondon back in the second inning. But I suppose if you're just finding out you're going to have a little baby girl, you're walking on air, and a little more spring in the step perhaps. To Clark, he shows bunt, draws it back, and gets ball 1 off the inside corner. Blake Alleman, the third baseman, scheduled on deck as the Barnstormers trying to manufacture some offense out of the 1-out single by De Aza. Infield looking to turn 2. De Aza takes off. The throw will go to first and then back to shortstop, and De Aza is tagged out. And it was actually the second baseman who went back to cover, which you don't often see on that play. De Aza out 1-3 to 4, only the 6th caught stealing for the Barnstormers this year. Lancaster unable to move the runner into scoring position this time around as De Aza calculated incorrectly. You make that move if you believe the pitcher is going to the plate, and if he does, you've got second base easily. If he doesn't, you're in trouble. You're not necessarily toast, it still takes a good throw. Ball 2, high and outside. Clark is batting 2 balls and nothing here. But since the Barnstormers haven't been able to get any depth on their drives off of Harris, Ross Peoples wanted to get that runner into scoring position. It backfired. 2-0, and Ladarius with a pop-up in the infield. Calling for it is the second baseman. Reyes with the squeeze just behind the second base bag to end the inning. No runs, 1 hit for the Barnstormers with no errors and nobody left on base. We have completed 3 tonight here at Clipper Magazine Stadium. With the score, the Lancaster Barnstormers 2 and the Charleston Charlies 1.
Bummer, the Barnstormers are on the road and you're looking for something to do. Clipper Magazine Stadium still has the answer for family fun. The summer movie series returns, presented by Lidl Supermarkets on selected nights throughout the summer season. Bring the kids out to the ballpark for family-friendly movies. For just $6.50 per person, you get to sit on the outfield grass and enjoy a film on the big screen in left center field. Showtime is 7 p.m. For more information and movie listings, go to LancasterBarnstormers.com and click on the events page.
There are those who say,
leave well enough alone.
If it isn't broken, don't fix it.
You don't mess with success.
while others have something quite different to say. The Lexus RX, with enhanced dynamic handling and available 12.3-inch touchscreen. It's the best-selling luxury crossover of all time, reinvented. See Bobby Rahal Lexus in Mechanicsburg or Lancaster County.
We have 3 innings in the books tonight. The Barnstormers with 2 runs on 6 hits, all singles, no errors. Lancaster has left 4 runners on base. And for Charleston, West Virginia this evening, 1 run on 2 hits with no errors. And they have left just 1 runner on base. Tabata, Paredes, and Silva will be facing the 24-year-old Cody Boydston as we go to the top half of the 4th inning. Boydston had been pitching. He made 3 appearances covering 8 1/3 innings for the Plattsburgh Thunderbirds up in New York State. If you're not familiar with Plattsburgh, it is in the far northeast reaches of New York State. It is on Lake Champlain, and a place where it gets really cold, suffice it to say, during the winter. And they can get some snow up there as well. I've known a couple of people over the years from Plattsburgh. Here's Tabata, who drove in the Charleston run with a sac fly back in the first. Bouncing ball toward the mound. Nicely played by Boydston, and he gets the out. He's helped himself out with the glove a couple of times in this ball game, showing some youthful athleticism. 1 out, and he'll face Jimmy Paredes here in the top half of the 4th inning. Boydston at Longwood was a sociology major, but he does have athletics in his background. His Longwood University bio from their website online says that his grandfather had played baseball and basketball at Dallas Baptist a couple of generations ago. 1 out, and here is the first baseman, Paredes. Boydston ready to go, and he pumps that right through for a called strike. Paredes showed very little interest in going after it. No balls and 1 strike the count. Good hitters will do that. You'll see the Caleb Gindels and the Blake Gallons do that too. When they're not sure what to expect, they just gauge a pitch. They watch it all the way in. Fouled off by Paredes. It is 0-2 because they're confident that they can trail in the count 0-1 and still bounce back. No balls and 2 strikes on Paredes. Good all-around hitter, and playing first base tonight. He played third last night. getting a little bit longer in the tooth is Paredes than when he was here. Fastball from Boydston is up, and it is ball 1 and 2 strikes. Stands about 6'3" is Jimmy Paredes. But I remember back when he played here, he had the big fro. Not there anymore. 1-2. Ball 2 is inside. 2 balls and 2 strikes. At times, and at other times he braided it. 2-2. I kind of envy people who can change hairstyles like that. I got one shot. That's about it. 2-2. Paredes ground ball, second base, and it's bobbled by Mercedes, and he is going to be charged with his first error on a ground ball this season. Paredes aboard with 1 out. Melvin Mercedes is sure-handed. This one, however, gets away. Ruby Silva will bat with 1 out and 1 on. Top of the 4th inning, Lancaster up 2-1. Paredes is reached. He can still run, though. He's 2 for 3, stealing bases. Boydston throws pretty much over the top. Would love to get another one. Sinking down and get another ground ball. High to Silva. That won't get it done. It's ball 1 and no strikes. But this young man has certainly represented himself, the umpire league, and Longwood University pretty well these first 3 1/3 innings. Tough start, might have been butterflies. 1 ball, no strikes on Silva, and he's up again. He's also very animated out there on the hill. 2-0. And as long as you don't get carried away or offensive, that's always a good thing to see. 2 balls and nothing. Outfield straight up, so is the infield against veteran Atlantic leaguer Ruby Silva, Cuba native. 2-0, and Boydston misses pretty badly here to go to ball 3. And these 3 pitches out of the stretch have not been close to the zone. Ross will keep a very close eye on it. He has not used a timeout yet. And I have to think if this next pitch is also off by quite a bit, you may see the manager pop out of the dugout. 3-0. It's not. This one does miss, and it's ball 4. Well, the closest of the 4, certainly. And now there's an issue. Runners are at first and second with 1 out. Reimer Liriano will be the hitter, and I called it. Trust me, Ross and I have not been working together for so long that we complete each other's sentences. But I do have a fairly decent idea of his tendencies, and that 4-pitch sequence to Ruby Silva smelled of a visit to the mound, especially knowing that one had not been used yet. Paredes at second, Silva at first. People's checking in on Boydston to make sure that he's physically okay, which he should be. He last pitched on Tuesday. But also to make sure that he is calmed down right now. Reimer Liriano to step in. Boydston won the first battle with a strikeout. Runners at first and second with 1 away. The error is making a significant difference in this inning. Boydston will go to work on Liriano, and he's high, ball 1. This seems to be a mechanical issue on these last 5 pitches, but something that now Boydston has to self-correct because you can't have another visit. One ball, no strikes. De La Rosa sets the target. Boydston checks around. He deals and finds the inside corner. That's a big pitch. Trying to recover from the previous 5. 1-1 to Liriano with Alberto Callaspo waiting on deck. Callaspo, a switch hitter. Boydston to the belt. And he finds the inside corner again on Liriano, much to Liriano's dismay. Boydston has the advantage. 1 ball, 2 strikes. It'd be another feather in Cody's cap to get out of this situation. He didn't create it, but he did add to it. 1-2. The count on Liriano. Here is the set, the pitch, breaking ball. And that hangs up inside for ball 2. The count will level. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Lancaster leading by the narrow 2-1 margin with play in the top half of the 4th inning. All the runs we have seen so far coming in the first. And I don't think the Barnstormers would be terribly sad if those were the only runs we saw all night. 2-2. Boydston to the plate, and it is spoiled by Liriano. Continuing with the count of 2-2. Reimer Liriano has seen some time at the major league level. He was there in 2014 and returned in 17. 2 balls, 2 strikes again to him. The breaking ball is grounded foul past third, and Mark Minikazi got a big paw on it before it eluded his grasp. Still 2 balls and 2 strikes. Liriano was a Padre in 14 and with the White Sox in 17. Right-handed hitter all the way, born in Santo Domingo in the Dominican Republic. Signed with the Padres back in 08. Since his days with the White Sox, he's been in the Angels, Brewers, and Mets organizations. He was in the outfield with Tim Tebow in Syracuse back in 19. Here's a 2-2 to him. Low gets away from De La Rosa. A throw behind the runner at first is saved. Galen did not see Ruby Silva dive past the bag. He had a play, but he didn't see it. By the time he was made aware, Silva was reattached. They almost had a terrible accident on the bases, did Charleston, because Paredes recognized right away that the ball was up the third base line. He knows De La Rosa's arm. He played with him long enough here in 18. And Silva went a little bit farther off of first base. He scrambled back, but in the process of scrambling, he scooted past the base. 3-2. We'll see if the runners start. They'll hold. And Boydston is low with ball 4, and now there's real trouble here in the 4th inning. The bases are loaded, and Alberto Callaspo is coming to the plate. Callaspo grounded out the Mercedes back in the 2nd inning. Well, there are Charlies everywhere. I guess Chaplin's at third, Sheen's at second. Bases loaded, 1 out. Double play needed. Boydston going to work on Callaspo. Here's the set and the pitch. Callaspo swings and hits a pop fly out to right field. Caleb Gindel setting up behind it. He'll make the catch. Tagging is Paredes, and he will score easily. The throw eventually trickling on through. An unearned run, but it ties the ball game on the sac fly by Callaspo. Up to third goes Silva. Sticking at first base is Liriano. 2-2, and Alfonso Reyta will step in, a strikeout victim back in the 2nd inning. Reyta from New York State. runners are at first and third with 2 outs. That was an important out for Boydston, trying to get out of this inning. Into the dirt, saved by De La Rosa. Ball 1-0. He's been a little bit rocky since the error. Well, he can keep the ball game tied with an out here on Rada. He'll step off and chase the trailing runner, Liriano, back to first. Rada was a bullpen catcher for Somerset in 17 and 18, hence the ties to Minikazi and a lot of these other West Virginia players. Ball 2 inside and low on Rada. It's 2 balls and no strikes. Time is called, and they've got to check in on a health situation now with Boydston. Looked like something happened to his ankle or his knee on that last pitch. Anya Holmberg is out to check on him, and you want to talk about a year when it rains, it pours. The Barnstormers and their pitching staff here in 2021. Not only do you have the 6 starting pitchers who have gone to major league organizations, you also have seen the injuries to key elements of this staff. Jared Lakend, Tommy Shirley. Tommy tells me he's doing better. Lakend, there's no end in sight of his time on the DL. He was activated for a few days to pinch run, but he's back on the DL. Or IL, as some people prefer to call it now, injured list as opposed to disabled list. Blake Galen ran back in the dugout. It looks like he's come out with perhaps some water here. And Boydston is guzzling it down. And he's going to try to go back to work. First and third with 2 outs, runners at first and third. Ross has to be thinking, good golly, I just get a guy in. And it happened with R.J. Peace recently. He was in his second or third outing and had an arm injury. And he is on the DL now as well. Last time we saw this was back in 2008. The full season for Von Hayes here, where the Barnstormers at one point had so many players on the injured list and so many guys had been brought in to fill the gaps that not everyone had a locker. And believe me, there is ample space in the Barnstormers home clubhouse. I haven't formally counted the lockers, but there have to be at least 30. Some guys were operating out of boxes under the table. It got so bad in 08. We're still not certain if Cody Boydston will be able to continue here tonight. Anya Holmberg remains at the hill. Ross is coming back out. Boydston over on his haunches, and the young man is coming out of the ball game. So he has gotten his brand new ball club through 3 2/3 tonight, and Boydston will depart. Initially, it looked like he was hobbled, and then they ran water out to him, perhaps a situation where he was overheating during this fairly prolonged 4th inning. We'll see if we can get all that cleared up. But now one of the other newcomers, his fellow Empire Leaguer Ryan Evans, is going to take over, and he has all the time he wants to warm up. We're going to send you back to our mythical studios for these messages here on Lancaster Barnstormers Baseball, brought to you by Gockenauer Appliances of East Petersburg.
72 years and 4 generations and still going strong. We are Gockenauer Appliances in East Petersburg, and we want to be your appliance store now and into the future. We sell all the best brand names of appliances at the very best prices. We also deliver, install, and service what we sell. Shop local and with your 4th-generation hometown appliance store. Come to Gockenauer Appliances and see what a great appliance purchase experience is all about. You can even shop from home now at Gockenauers.com. Thanks for your support.
When everyone has a different craving, Wickerman's Meals to Go has it all. All right now, all in one delivery. Pizza with the kids' favorite toppings. A delicious sub made the way you love. Fresh sushi for the whole group, and so much more. It's how busy people get busy eating the meals they love. Order on the Meals to Go app or at mealstogo.com to make everyone happy. Wegmans Meals to Go. All your favorite meals all in one delivery.
Class-leading rear legroom. Available Mark Levinson Pure Play sound system. And now, for the first time, all-wheel drive. If there's anything missing from the Lexus ES, it's you. The Lexus ES, now available with all-wheel drive. See Bobby Rahal Lexus in Mechanicsburg or Lancaster County.
2021 ES versus 2020-2021 competitors. Information from manufacturer's website as of 7/16/2020. Mark Levinson is a registered trademark of Hardman International Industries, Inc.
New pitcher in the ball game for the Barnstormers is right-hander Ryan Evans, who, like the starter tonight, Cody Boydston, came out of the Empire League. They weren't with the same club. Boydston was with Plattsburgh, and Evans was with the one team not from Eastern New York State. He was with the New Hampshire Wild. He is 6'5" and 225 pounds from Orlando, Florida. And he pitched at Grambling, which, if you remember, we had a pitcher named Cody Hall a few years ago out of Southern University. And Cody Hall was not African-American at a traditional historic black college, as is Southern, and Grambling is as well. But Ryan Evans also is not African-American. Big right-hander out of Orlando, was 3-5 in his career at Grambling. That he wrapped up there in 2019. He also had pitched in a college summer league in Winter Garden, Florida. Well, he says he's ready to go. Just a couple of nights ago, Danny Taggart had to come into a ball game and get warmed up on the game mound after Yoel Espinal was ejected, we believe. The 2-0 pitch is ball 3 outside to Rada, 3-0. A walk, I do believe, would belong to Boydston. Runners are at the corners, and it is high, ball 4. So there's the third walk of the inning. It reloads the bases. And Elmer Reyes with a chance to put Charleston into the lead here. The error opened Pandora's box in this top of the 4th inning. But the ills that spilled out of the box have been walks and nothing else to this point. Reyes grounded out 4-3 back in the 3rd. So difficult. Here's Evans making his debut under circumstances where he has to feel rushed to get the game going. He still hasn't hit the zone. Ball 1 is low. At 3rd is Silva. At 2nd is Liriano. Rada is the runner at 1st. 2 outs in the inning. 1 good pitch could keep this game tied. Instead, Evans is in too close. He still hasn't connected. It is ball 2 and no strikes. Evans had been 0-1 with a 4.5 ERA with New Hampshire. In case you're wondering, the other 2 teams in that league, I believe, are Saranac and Tupper Lake. Inside 3-0. I imagine it's really pretty country that they play in during the summertime. I know how gorgeous Nashua was the one year we went up there back in 05. 3 balls and no strikes, and he finally gets one over. 3-1 to Reyes.
Check out Pull the Pin Lancaster, who also uses TrackMan technology to measure your golf swing.
Ball game at the moment is tied at 2. Evans has to throw a strike. He does, and this is popped up to shallow center. Mercedes is taking charge initially, then concedes it to DeAsa. The Barnstormers kitty core, if you will, has gotten out of the inning. 1 run scores. Great job limiting it to that. No hits, 1 error. 3 left by Charleston. We will go to the bottom of the 4th tonight. The Barnstormers and the guys from West Virginia are tied at 2.
For the youth of our area, the Barnstormers are offering a wide variety of camps throughout the summer to teach everyone some tips on baseball and softball. Camps are offered to kids as young as 4 and as old as 12. Some even involve the parents. They run from June 15 all the way through August 28. For more information, go to LancasterBarnstormers.com and click on the Clinics tab. All presented by Orthopedic Associates of Lancaster.
Pennsylvanians are creating their own soundtrack. Thanks to PA Lottery Scratch-Offs, excitement's back. Pennies, nickels, dimes, or quarters, no matter your choice, scratching's always in order. With big top prizes and second chance drawings, thrills await. They're out there calling if it's excitement you seek and you're looking for action, play the PA Lottery. And keep on scratching. Must be 18 or older. Please play responsibly. Benefits older Pennsylvanians every day.
Dave Collins back with you from Clipper Magazine Stadium. The defending champion in Ballpark Digest's Best of the Ballparks in the Major League Partner League category. Won it in 2020, and Clipper Magazine Stadium is in the finals in 2021. Battling Franklin Field, the home of the American Association's Milwaukee Milkmen. So we've got a common theme in the finals. The two of the great dairy areas from the United States. Wisconsin, of course, known as America's Dairyland, but if you take the little ride at Hershey's Chocolate World, they'll tell you that Milton Hershey put his chocolate factory in this area because of the abundance of dairy cows and this wonderful farmland we have here in Lancaster County. Here is Blake Alleman, the third baseman, leading off the bottom of the 4th for the Barnstormers against left-hander Joe Harris. Harris has allowed 6 hits, but he has walked only 1. So far, the hits are all singles. Aleman awaits, and the first pitch is a strike at the top of the zone, 0-1. Aleman drew that walk back in the first inning. It filled the bases, and Harris retired De La Rosa on a fly ball toward the right field corner to get out of a bases-loaded jam. Breaking ball missing away to Aleman. It is 1 ball and 1 strike, 2-2 our score. 6 singles for the Barnstormers, a single and a double for Charleston, West Virginia. 1-1. Aleman takes a swing and lobs this one out to left. Little trouble for Teodoro Martinez. He puts that away. Since the first 5 batters of the game, the road has been pretty smooth for Joe Harris. He gave up the walk to Aleman, but that was semi-intentional. And a soft line drive single by Diaza in the 3rd, and then picked him off on the first move break. Now, De La Rosa will step in. Anderson just didn't get enough in the first inning. He flied out, the ball coming down 15 or 20 feet in front of the right field wall toward the corner. 1 out, nobody on base. And the first delivery from Harris fades low for a ball, 1-0. Totally different offense for the Barnstormers tonight. It's all built on singles here last night. 6 of the 8 runs crossed the plate on the 4 homers. Ball 2 is outside to De La Rosa, 2-0, but you have to take what they give you. The Barnstormers unable to really get the lumber on the ball against Harris, but they can make contact. And the approach has been to punch the ball around and settle for the singles. De La Rosa now gets ball 3. And I would have to believe he'll wait on this next one. Cleo Luis Rondon waits on deck. Anderson De La Rosa trying to get on base here in the 4th and get something going. The Barnstormers have had very little the second time through the batting order. De La draws the walk. The second issued by Harris. And here is Rondon. He slapped the single right over second base. Stole second and got the third on a pass ball back in the second inning. And that is where he remained through the final 2 batters of the inning as Mercedes fouled out and Galen struck out looking. De La Rosa is on. He is the only Barnstormer in the starting lineup tonight without a stolen base, which I guess one would anticipate when you have a 36-year-old catcher. De La Rosa, the runner at first. Here's the pitch to Rondon. It is inside. Harris all of a sudden has lost the strike zone. He's missed with 5 straight. 1 out, 1 on deck is Caleb Gindel. Will Gindel tie that franchise record here tonight? It hasn't happened yet. Ball 1-0, the count on Cleo Luis Rondon. Harris's pitch is hit high in the air out to left. It's got some legs on it, but not nearly enough. Martinez back and then toward left center to make the catch. De La Rosa will scoot back after advancing 20 or 30 feet. The bottom of the 4th is up to Gindel. 2 outs and the runner at first. Gindel has singled into center and scored tonight. He has also flied out to shallow left. 1 for 2 on the night for Caleb Gindel. He's extended his hitting streak, now at a season-long 6 games for him, but not the potentially historic home run streak. Harris working from that low set position. He'll deliver to Gindel and find the inside corner. A called strike. It is 0-1. Ball game tied at 2. The Barnstormers offense has been, for the most part, in a stall since the first 5 hitters. De La Rosa out to the lead. Gindel bats 0-1. Into the dirt for a ball, and Gindel gives the stop sign to De La Rosa, telling him the ball was at the catcher's feet, which Anderson probably knew, but you can't assume it. Gindel and De La Rosa, 2 guys that go way back. They have played together on and off for a very long time. They were together in the Brewers minor league system years and years ago. 1 ball, 1 strike, and to Gindel. It is strike 2 over at the knees. Harris in control of the at-bat. Gindel, at the very least, trying to get the inning to Melvin Mercedes. Gindel got here in 16. De La Rosa got here in 17. Sean Halton, Cole Garner, they were all part of that same system. And Jeff Bianchi, now the hitting coach. 1-2. Down and away to Gindel. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Harris couldn't coax Caleb to go after a bad pitch there. 2 balls, 2 strikes to the Barnstormers right fielder. De La Rosa leading from first base. Again, not really much of a threat to go. Held by Paredes. He's drawn very little attention from Harris, who's focused on Gindel. Here is the 2-2. Caleb goes after it, pops it up, foul. Rada comes back, but will not have a play as it hops around the seats. Not too much room in between the fans tonight. We still have sections here that are socially distanced, but thank goodness we don't all have to do that anymore. I tested it out with my students after I got vaccinated. I worked with them one-on-one. I had a student come down with the virus. Didn't affect me at all. Didn't test positive, nothing. 2-2 pitch. There it goes. We have history. Way back. The walls do not contain it. Gindel is homered in 6 straight, his 10th of the year. Now can he do it tomorrow and set a new record? Caleb Gindel on the 2-2 offering, no doubt about it, clearing the tents in right field. And he shares the record with Thor, a.k.a. Ryan Harvey, who was arguably, I'd say 9 inches taller than Caleb Gindel. The Barnstormers leading 4-2 as Gindel goes yard once again. Melvin Mercedes will come to the plate. Mercedes has singled to left and fouled out the first. 1 out of 2 with a run scored here tonight. You want to talk about being in a groove, Gindel is in one. And maybe last night he benefited from the dimensions of this ballpark. That home run did not need the short porch. And remember, the first 4 games, he hit them on the road, not here. Ball 1, no strikes to Melvin, facing Harris for the 3rd time. The pitch is low, and Mercedes bats at 2-0. We talked about the trips through the batting order. Harris, the 2nd time through, did extremely well. Only 2 Barnstormers reached base, but at the beginning of the 3rd time through the batting order, there is Gindel walloping one out of the yard. Mercedes fouls one past Galen and over toward the home dugout. 2 balls and a strike to Melvin. Lancaster leading 4-2 in the bottom half of the 4th inning. Blake Galen waiting on deck should Mercedes reach. The southpaw Harris ready to go. Mercedes goes for the 2-1 and pops it up. Behind the pitcher's mound, Paredes coming over for the grab. Well, Melvin Mercedes is retired, but the Barnstormers put a 2 spot on the board. Caleb Gindel with his 10th of the year, his 6th game in a row. 1 hit, no errors, nobody left on base. And through 4 tonight here at Clipper Magazine Stadium, Lancaster leads West Virginia by the count of 4-2.
The Lexus NX is crafted to take on the modern adventure called life.
Alexa, what's the quickest route home?
With Amazon Alexa compatibility and the advanced Lexus safety system, the Lexus NX is modern utility for the modern world. Because modern obstacles require modern solutions. See Bobby Rahal Lexus in Mechanicsburg or Lancaster County.
Amazon Alexa and all related logos are trademarks of Amazon.com Inc. or its affiliates. Not all Amazon Alexa functionality is available for in-vehicle use.
Localflavor.com, local flavor. Localflavor.com, local flavor.
Excuse me, are you saying localflavor.com?
Oh yeah, it's where I save big bucks on all kinds of things. Home improvement projects, dining out, family fun, electronics, jewelry, clothing. I even bought my wife a fancy spa package for half price.
Half price?
Yep, you know all the deals you find in Clipper Magazine.
I love Clipper Magazine.
Well, they're all on localflavor.com too. And you can get them right on your phone thanks to localflavor.com's mobile app. Here, take a look.
Well, this app is amazing. Look at all these restaurants, amusement parks, car washes, fitness centers. This is worth sharing about.
Exactly. Localflavor.com online, the Local Flavor mobile app, and Clipper Magazine together. It's like a triple play.
Do the cheer again. I'm in.
Localflavor.com, local flavor. Come on, everybody! Localflavor.com, local flavor. Localflavor.com, local flavor.
Since 2003.
4-2 Barnstormers as we head to the top half of the 5th, and it will be Ryan Evans leading off. He'll be facing the top of the order. Scott Kelly, Teodoro Martinez, and Jose Tabata. Here in the top half of the 5th, Gindel giving the Barnstormers the 4-2 lead with his historic home run. Now here is Kelly, who has singled, walked, and scored a run. He was thrown out stealing on a terrific tag by Mercedes back in the 3rd. The Barnstormers with 7 hits in the ball game tonight. We talk about Gindel homering in 6 straight games. Well, obviously the ball club has at least one in 6 straight. Evans misses with his breaking ball. Kelly gets ahead 1-0, but it goes back a little bit more than that. Lancaster has homered now in 12 of the last 13 games. 1 ball, no strikes to Kelly. Evans took over in the midst of the 4th inning. We haven't heard a word on the condition of the starter, Cody Boydston. Hopefully he's all right. He did come off the field under his own power. It was a while before they made the decision, so it wasn't anything immediately obvious where he had to be removed from the game. 2-0. Kelly takes a swing, grounds it into left field past the lunging third baseman Alamand. Scott Kelly, and where have we seen this before? He's been aboard all 3 trips here tonight. Teodoro Martinez, the left fielder, will come to the plate. Scott Kelly has, at times, especially early in his days with Somerset, been a complete thorn in the sides of the Barnstormers, and he's trying to do it again in this series. That is his 4th hit. He's officially 4 for 7 here at Clipper Magazine Stadium. It was a great story. He was that guy that Brett Jody back in 2014 saw and just wanted to make part of his ball club coming out of a tryout camp. Throw to first, and Kelly is back in. And just saw something in him, and they worked with Kelly to develop him. He's a guy who's been made his baseball career here in the Atlantic League. You have to figure that somewhere down the road, Kelly will coach or manage in this league. Breaking ball misses, and Martinez gains an advantage in the count at 1-0. Evans finished off the walk to Alfonso Reyes last inning, then got Elmer Reyes to fly to center with the bases loaded. And right now, he's in line for the win in this ball game, but one would have to anticipate, given the condition of these 2 pitching staffs, that we might just see some more runs tonight. Kelly has quite a bit of the gray matter of Ryan Evans aimed in his direction right now. You'd love to see one of these kids come through and absolutely dazzle. These managers all around the league are looking for it. If you think it's just the Barnstormers, it couldn't be further from the truth. The team right now, I think, in the best shape is Lexington with the pitching, but they're not immune to it either. We saw one of the guys out of the Empire League, Joendry Herrera, take over for the Ducks late in the game last weekend. He actually made a start this week. 1 ball and nothing. Way inside, and Martinez is sent scrambling. And also, he won the audition to America's Got Talent for ducking out of the box as he did. It's a brand new dance move. 2 balls, no strikes. We'll be seeing him on network TV. Kelly held it first by Blake Galen. Martinez got off to a similar great start with Southern Maryland a couple of years back. Evans can't find where that strike zone is. It's ball 3. 3-0. And a rather grim start to the 5th inning for Ryan Evans. The Barnstormers have to leave him out there for a while, or at least they would prefer to. The pitch is a strike. Martinez batting at 3-1. Martinez with the Blue Crabs a few years back, finding his way to West Virginia, takes a second strike. It's 3-2. Evans back in the battle here against Teodoro Martinez. Again, the Barnstormers have just taken the lead. Martinez, a veteran. He's pro career. Began in 09. Close play at first. Kelly able to get back in. He started with the Rangers, did Martinez. Went to the Yankees for a while. Played internationally quite a bit. It was with Southern Maryland. Batted .285 there in 2018. Runner goes. 3-2 pitch is launched to left field. Back goes Robinson. Will he have a play? And no, the ball is up against the base of the boards, and we have an identical start to the 5th inning as we had in the first, a single for Kelly and a double for Martinez out the left field. It's a long way back to left field here, and Robinson kept going back and looking, and that ball got over his head, and runners are at second and third with nobody out for Jose Tabata. Tabata with a sacrifice fly under the identical set of circumstances back in the first inning. And then he hit a comebacker, nicely speared by Boydston in the 4th inning. But one has to wonder if that play didn't somehow contribute to Boydston coming out of the game. Fastball is upstairs. Ball 1 and no strikes on Tabata. Ross Peoples is basically experimenting with some pitchers. It's been an ongoing, and again, not just in Lancaster, but it's been an ongoing pitching tryout camp this entire season so far here in the Atlantic League. Breaking ball, grounded to third. Backhanded pick by Alleman. He'll hold the runner, throw to first base, is high, pulls Galen off the bag, and Charleston has the bases loaded here in the 5th inning with nobody out, and I have to believe that will be an error. It is on the throw from Alleman. He sailed it. Galen went up and corralled it, but when he came back down, he was off the base, tried to step back, but by that time, Tabata was across. They're loaded for Jimmy Paredes, who reached on the other error back in the 4th inning, and he is also flied out to center tonight. 0 for 2 officially. He does have a run scored. Lancaster just took the lead on the Gindle homer, but now Ryan Evans finds himself in some trouble here in the top of the 5th inning. 2 Barnstormers errors have not helped these younger pitchers tonight, that's for sure. Backdoor breaking ball doesn't curl all the way there. It's 1-0 on Paredes. Ruby Silva, the left-handed batting center fielder, is due next for the club from West Virginia. Again, Charleston Charlies, West Virginia Power. Either one will go by here tonight, swinging a foul away. It is 1 ball and 1 strike, and another nice play made up in the crowd on the pop fly from Paredes. Paredes from Bajos de Jaina in the Dominican Republic. Started his big league career with the Astros in 11. Fastball outside. 2 balls and 1 strike. The only time he was ever close to being an everyday player was in 15 with the Orioles. He got into 104 games that year and hit 275 with 10 home runs. The pitch to Paredes off the wrist, soft floater out to right. That will be down for a base hit and score 1. Paredes with a bloop single into right field drives home Kelly. That run will be earned to Evans. Bases remain loaded with nobody out, and Ruby Silva will come to the plate. Ross Peoples is going to use his 2nd time out of the game. The Barnstormers with right-hander Donald Goodson now warming up in the bullpen. Ground single by Kelly, the long double to left field by Martinez. Tabata reaches on the error. Paredes able to just dunk one short into right field, which isn't easy to do here. Bases loaded with nobody out. It's 4-3, and Ruby Silva coming to the plate. This league is going to come down to whichever team can either hold on to its pitching staff or can find the right arm or two over the course of the season to galvanize a pitching staff. As I said last night, I think the other teams in the Atlantic League are heading toward where the Barnstormers have already been with the pitching struggles and not the other way around. Bases loaded. Silva stands in. He's hit a comebacker and he has walked. He takes ball 1 outside from Evans. Still no one out here as Goodson tunes up in the Lancaster bullpen. And again, Donald Goodson probably has had to shoulder way more of the load than he ever should have as a young pitcher at a much higher level than any at which he has ever competed before. 2-0 now, the count on Silva. Evans' pitch, bouncer to first, right to the bag, throw home, tag, double play. And De La Rosa and Teodoro Martinez in an almost comical embrace at home plate. A huge double play, 3-2. And the runners are left at second and third. Tabata at third, Paredes at second base with 2 outs. And Reimer Liriano is the scheduled batters. Once again, the Barnstormers in this series able to use a double play, not to fully get out of a jam in this case, but certainly to take some of the pressure off of Ryan Evans. Breaking ball misses inside to Liriano. It's 1-0. Galen, who doesn't have that much playing time, logged at first. Played that as well as a veteran Major League first baseman ever would have. Right to the bag, the perfect throw. Now a pitch way outside. Here comes the runner charging from third. The throw back to the plate, and Evans can't handle it. Tabata scoring on the wild pitch. Paredes moves to third, and it's now a 4-4 ball game. We'll have to check with Joel Schreiner about the earned run situation here. Actually, I think you can construe that Evans would have been out of the inning without an error. The double play theoretically still could have occurred. 2 balls and no strikes. Foul ball back. Liriano is at 2-1. Our ball game retied at 4. Now it is incumbent upon Evans to freeze Paredes at third base. There was a play at home. Tabata did not come racing toward the plate right away. The ball deflected back out toward De La Rosa, and they had a chance to convert an out if Evans could have handled the throw, which is never easy to do for a pitcher coming toward the plate in that situation. 3-1 now on Liriano. On deck is the third baseman, Alberto Callaspo. Now the Barnstormers will need to produce more offense tonight. 3-1. Evans is high, ball 4. Liriano walks for the second time in the game. Barnstormers pitching has now put 5 on. Should be 4 charged to Boydston and 1 to Evans now. They shared the walk on Alfonso Reyta last inning. Here is Callaspo. 0 for 1 with a sacrifice fly tonight for the West Virginia third baseman. Switch hitter batting left. Evans' pitch in a good spot. It's 0-1. Lancaster used to these games, high-scoring contests here in this 2021 season. But they've been able to avoid the last 2 nights that they could not avoid in the waning stages of the road trip was that enormous inning in the middle of the game. A couple of 9 spots, an 8, a 7, a 6. High to Callaspo. Ball 1, no strikes. Reyta is on deck. Alberto Callaspo, we mentioned earlier, has been in the Atlantic League before. He was with Bridgeport in 17 for a while. Hard hit ground ball. Galen can get a glove on it to keep it from the corner, but the go-ahead run scores. Callaspo will get a single on that. He drives in Paredes with the go-ahead marker. 5-4 Charleston. The batter will be the catcher, Alfonso Reyta. Galen made an incredible play last night against Ruby Silva in the third, staying with a wicked hop. This one, he wheeled around. He got the glove on it, but just couldn't stop it. He slowed it down. The ball rolled away. Evans to Rada, it is outside, a ball 1-0. And the Barnstormers will have to play from behind now in the middle innings. It's 5-4. Goodson continues to tune up in the bullpen. Kayaspo's previous time in the Atlantic League was successfully hit .344 when he was with Bridgeport. Past the mound, charging the play is Mercedes. He will fire to first. Rada's retired to end it. However, for Charleston here in the fifth inning, 3 runs come across on 4 hits with 1 error. 2 runners were left on base. We're halfway through regulation tonight. 4.5 innings have been logged with the score. The Charlies 5 and the Lancaster Barnstormers 4.
You can enjoy a night at the ballpark and help out the United Way of Lancaster County. All you have to do is spend 3 hours as an usher during a Barnstormers home game, and the ball club will donate $20 in your name to the United Way program of your choice. Be a friendly face, have fun, and raise money for your favorite local charity. To sign up, go to the LancasterBarnstormers.com website and head to the community link, and we'll see you at the ballpark.
When everyone has a different craving, Wickerman's Meals to Go has it all. All right now, all in one delivery. Pizza with the kids' favorite toppings. A delicious sub made the way you love. Fresh sushi for the whole group, and so much more. It's how busy people get busy eating the meals they love. Order on the Meals to Go app or at mealstogo.com to make everyone happy. Wegmans Meals to Go. All your favorite meals all in one delivery.
We head to the bottom of the fifth inning, and Joe Harris will not last long enough tonight to be eligible for the win. His club does have the lead as he departs. Harris gave up 7 hits and 4 runs over 4 innings, which again, all things considered, is not that bad. Right now, I think the job for pitchers in the Atlantic League is to avoid disaster. And the guys so far tonight have been able to do that. Galen, Robinson, and De Aza are scheduled to face Eliardo Cabrera as we move into the bottom half of the fifth inning. Galen is singled and struck out tonight. We'll see if the Barnstormers are able to reach Cabrera and at least tie things back up here in the bottom of the fifth inning. Expect some seesaw baseball the rest of the way. Cabrera's in his 3rd game, no record. He's given up 2 hits, 3 runs in 4 innings with 2 walks and 2 strikeouts. The motion and to Galen. Fastball is right there for a called strike, 0-1, and Galen knows now what to expect. Cabrera has been to the single A level, 5'11", 195-pounder from Venezuela. Blake Galen awaits the 0-1 pitch. He'll take that low. Ball 1 and strike 1 the count. 5-4, West Virginia leading, bottom half of the fifth inning. But in Atlantic League Baseball 2021, that is hardly a daunting deficit. 1-1, Galen goes for it, pops it up foul. It'll get to the crowd over on the third base side and actually beyond the crowd. 1 ball, 2 strikes, the count on Galen. The Barnstormers averaging nearly 7 runs per game. Galen awaits the 1-2. Cabrera delivers, and this is lobbed toward right field shallow. The second baseman, Reyes, backpedals for the catch, 1 out. Trayvon Robinson now will step in. He is 0 for 2. Elsewhere in the Atlantic League tonight, Gastonia leads Long Island 3-0 into the top half of the 6th inning. Jalen Peguero working on the shutout. York 1, Southern Maryland 0, bottom of the 6th. Jake Welch working on the shutout. And Lexington has High Point down 4-3 in the top half of the 6th inning. Robinson is 0 for 2 tonight. Cabrera ready to go. The pitch is low and skipping away from Rada. Ball 1, no strikes. Alejandro De Asa waits on deck. Lancaster has out-hit West Virginia 7-6. But the power, the Charlies, they've drawn 5 walks. It's been a contributing factor. 1 ball, no strikes. Robinson awaits. Trayvon will take it at the knees for a strike called. It is 1-1. And Cabrera throwing some heat. That one at 92. Was the natural guy to bring in behind the softer throwing Joe Harris. 1 ball, 1 strike to Robinson. Here is the delivery. Trayvon with a ground ball in the right field, a base hit. Robinson is on with 1 out here in the 5th inning. Alejandro De Asa will come to the plate. He is 2 for 2. Robinson recently had a 7-game hitting streak, and then he went hitless the last 2 games in Lexington before picking up a pair of hits and 3 runs banded in last night. Now he's aboard with the 8th Lancaster hit of the night here in the 5th. De Asa has singled to left center, clearing the shortstop by very little, and then to right center, clearing the second baseman by very little. Here's the set. De Asa will take a fastball up. It is ball 1 and no strikes. Ladarius Clark, the designated hitter, was due. We're going to have Kelly Dugan come out as a pinch hitter. Clark had to leave when the starting pitcher Boydston left. To De Asa, swung at and fouled away. We go to 1 ball and 1 strike. We're approaching that time of night now where a fly ball could get lost. Reyes had no trouble with Galen's pop-up behind the second base position. But you do see them from time to time. The skies have cleared out. You've got a very high sky overhead. Alejandro De Asa batting at a ball and a strike. Robinson leads from first. Cabrera comes to the set. And to De Asa inside and low. And Alejandro had to move the feet in a hurry. 2 balls, 1 strike. Robinson 4 for 4, stealing bases on the year. The Barnstormers have had Rondon succeed tonight and De Asa be thrown out, but De Asa went on the first move and Harris went to first base, so that's not showing the arm of what Rada could do. There's a lollipop throw over to first from Cabrera. An Ephus pickoff throw was what that was. Named after the illustrious 19th century pitcher Claudius Ephus. I'm just making that up. De Asa awaiting the 2 ball, 1 strike offering. Robinson leads off first. The set by Cabrera and the pitch. Bouncing ball foul. Gloved very nicely by Paredes just for show. And it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Breeze has gone down to gentle level. It was never really strong tonight, but now the flag is just stirring on the cell phone tower, disguised as a flagpole out in center field. 2-2 to Alejandro De Asa with Dugan in the on-deck circle. Harris comes to the set. Robinson stays put, bouncing ball toward the hole, diving stop by Paredes. He'll make a low throw to second and bounce that into left field. It's backed up there by Martinez, and the Barnstormers have runners at first and second with 1 out for Kelly Dugan. There are 3 ways that you could score that play and Joel Schreiner is going base hit for De Aza. That's one of the options. The second option is fielder's choice. The third one is E3. But Paredes had to make a diving stop initially on the De Aza ground ball. He attempted to get off the force play throw from his knees. He really had no play back to first. That would have been almost an impossible throw for Paredes to make on De Aza. So the scorekeeping goes with a base hit on that play, and here is Dugan batting for the first time tonight. 2 on for the Barnstormers, 1 out here in the bottom half of the 5th inning. 5-4 in favor of West Virginia as Dugan faces Cabrera. The first pitch to Kelly is bounced, gets away from Rada. Robinson will go to third, and on to second is De Aza. Rada thought about a throw and decided otherwise. A wild pitch is charged to Cabrera. And for the Barnstormers, 2 runners in scoring position for Dugan. Kelly Dugan on the year, batting .306 with 3 home runs and 17 driven in. Not bad to have that come off your bench. 1-0. First base is open. The infield pulls in. The offering, Dugan with a fly ball to center. Back and now in is Silva. He's set up for the throw which will go to third. Robinson scores on a sacrifice fly, and we're tied again now at 5. Kelly Dugan driving in, Trayvon Robinson with the sacrifice fly. All tied at 5. Blake Alleman will bat with 2 outs and De Aza the runner at second. We're swerving wildly back and forth tonight, but neither side has been able to come up with that killer inning. Each club has scored in the first, the fourth, and the 5th frames of tonight's ball game, and I knew when I said that the Barnstormers would be really happy if the first inning runs were all we saw tonight. I knew that was being overly optimistic. Allemond stands in. He has walked and flied to left as a right-handed batter against the lefty starter Joe Harris. Now he faces the right-hander Cabrera from the left side of the plate. And to Blake Alleman, the first pitch is just a tad high. It is ball 1. Anderson De La Rosa, the catcher, is the man on deck. 5 apiece, bottom half of the 5th inning. Alleman tries to put the Barnstormers back into the lead. He'll need a base hit to do it. 1-0 to him. It's low, and Rada has had his hands full with both Harris and Cabrera, but perhaps even more so with Cabrera this inning. One got through, and it's been costly. That wild pitch leading to the Barnstormers being able to score the tying run. Dugan knocking in his 18th run of the season. 2 balls, no strikes to Alleman. Cabrera looks back at De Aza, now to the plate, and it's sliced foul up onto the rooftop and beyond over on the third base side. Catcher's interference has been called.
Catcher's interference has been called and sending Blake Alleman to first base.
It's an error charge to Rada as he reached out, tipped the bat of Blake Alleman. De Aza headed for third, but he doesn't get third. And now they need to check in on Rada. Mark Minikazi and the West Virginia trainer come out. The Barnstormers have runners at first and second for Anderson De La Rosa. The scoring on catcher's interference is E2, no at bat for the hitter. It's the second time we've seen it this year. Anderson De La Rosa is now in charge of the Barnstormers retaking the lead in the game. And if you happen to be the victim of catcher's interference and still get a base hit, you have the option of taking the result of the play as opposed to the catcher's interference. Otherwise, it penalizes the hitter who's completely innocent. De La Rosa batting with De Asa at second, Alamand at first. 2 outs here in the bottom of the 5th in a tie ball game that is well over 2 hours old to get to this point. Cabrera to De La Rosa. It is low, ball 1 and no strikes. I know how tired Ross Peoples is from all the travel this week and the constant search for pitching, as well as managing these long ball games, because on his lineup card on the dry erase board in the clubhouse, he wrote De Asa instead of De La Rosa in the catching spot. Anderson De La Rosa, line drive headed for the alley in right center field. That will get all the way through to the wall. De Asa scores. Alamand is being waved. There will be no throw. De La Rosa doubles in 2, and the Barnstormers lead 7-5. So the one listed De Asa doubles in the other. The Barnstormers retake the lead. Anderson De La Rosa's game is the 2-base hit. This time he finds right center field, scoring De Asa and Alamand. And Lancaster retakes the lead. The batter is Clea Luis Rondon, 1 for 2 in the ball game tonight. Huge base hit for Anderson De La Rosa. Last night's night off doing De La wonders. Rondon will try to pick him up. Cabrera sets, looking back at second, and Rondon takes a pitch below the knees. It is ball 1 and no strikes. 10 hits now for the Barnstormers in the ball game tonight. Rondon batting with Gindel waiting on deck. Cabrera with the 1-0 outside. 2 balls and nothing. The count on Rondon batting from the left side. The run scored by Alamand is unearned, but you don't count that as an error like you do other errors. You just forget that at bat ever happened when you're rebuilding an inning. Ball 3 to Rondon, so it does not give Cabrera the extra out to make future runs unearned. Now the run scored by Alamand unearned, but the run scored by De Asa is earned. You can't assume that Cabrera would be out of the inning because of the catcher's interference. Clea Luis looking at a strike on a fastball. It gets the inside corner. And it's now 3-1 on the Lancaster shortstop. First base is open. De La Rosa leads from second as the Barnstormers seek their 8th run of the night. And Rondon a second strike as that is pumped in at the knees, 3-2. De La Rosa's not forced. He'll stick around for contact. 3 balls, 2 strikes to Clea Luis Rondon. The history maker, Caleb Gindel, waits on deck. He also shares the record hitting streak by a Barnstormer. Matt LeCroy in 2008 and Gindel in 16, hit safely in 20 straight. Now he's tied the home run streak as well. 3-2 to Rondon, fouled off to the left side as he spoiled the pitch. We continue with a count of 3-2. It is a long one here tonight, but it has been entertaining. The game has not dragged. Three and two. The count to Clea Luis Rondon. Cabrera comes set. The payoff pitch is outside. Gindel will get a turn.
It's another walk presented by Jack Williams Tire and Auto.
First walk issued by Cabrera. And he's going to get a visit from Paul Menhart. The hitting coach for this entry from Charleston, West Virginia is a man by the name of Ken Joyce. And I am told he has a history with the Charleston Charlies. I believe they said he was with them the last season before the move to Maine, which occurred for 1985. They became the Maine Guides in Old Orchard Beach, Maine, an idea that never took off. From what I understand, what they discovered when they moved to the resort town of Old Orchard Beach, Maine, and put a baseball stadium in there, is that they could not get rid of the mosquitoes. And it was very unappealing. As nice as Old Orchard Beach is during the daytime, I guess where the ballpark was located anyway, they could not take care of the mosquito problem at night, and it wasn't too long before that franchise was on its way to Moosic, Pennsylvania, to become the Scranton Wilkes-Barre Red Barons. A ball is outside to Gindel, who has a single and a home run in the game. 2 for 2 with 2 scored and 2 driven in for potentially the hottest hitter in all of baseball, adjusted for the level. 1-0 to Gindel. He takes ball 2 upstairs. It's 2-0, and he has done the bulk of this with his parents on hand. Caleb's mom and dad had joined us, I believe, on Wednesday in Lexington, and they followed the ball club here to Lancaster. They are enjoying this spree that Caleb is on from nearby and not from afar. 3-0 with Mercedes on deck. It's almost as if West Virginia is saying, we've had enough of this guy. 3 balls, no strikes to Gindel. De La Rosa at second. Rondon, the runner, at first. 7-5 Barnstormers. Cabrera's pitch. Gindel lets it go and takes the strike on the outside corner. Now 3-1. Lights completely taking hold. We see the last shades of pink and purple over the wall in left center field from our vantage point. Here comes the 3-1 to Gindel. He lets it go and takes ball 4. Melvin Mercedes will step in with the bases loaded. The Barnstormers in this inning have 3 hits, 2 walks, the catcher's interference, and a sacrifice fly. Now Melvin Mercedes, who is 1 for 5 with the bases loaded on the season, will bat with De La Rosa at third, Rondon at second, and Gindel aboard at first. Mercedes looking to help the Barnstormers open up a gap for this stretched out pitching staff. 7-5 ball game. The pitch to Mercedes misses. It's ball 1. 1-0. I don't know if we'll see the other newcomer, Francisco Mendoza, tonight or not. He arrived later. 1-0, the count to Mercedes. He's a veteran, but it's been a while since he's pitched. Melvin nearly hit. 2-0. Mercedes may take a pitch. There is action in the Charleston bullpen. A right-hander is throwing for Mark Minikazi. The Barnstormers had Donald Goodson up in the top of the 5th inning. Mercedes, by the way, is the 17th batter in the 5th inning for the 2 clubs combined. 2-0. He takes, and ball 3 is outside. 3-0. Eliardo Cabrera needs to find the strike zone or another run crosses the plate. De La Rosa at third. He's had the big hit this inning, the 2-run double. Banged into the alley in right center field. The 2 runners behind him have walked. 3-0 on Mercedes. He gets ball 4 above the zone. That forces in a run. The Barnstormers now lead 8-5. Fourth run off of Cabrera here in the fifth inning, and it will be the last batter he faces. Minikazi is on his way out. That is it for Eliardo Cabrera. A new right-hander will be coming in, so we're going to take a break and pause for these messages.
72 years and 4 generations and still going strong. We are Gochnauer Appliances in East Petersburg, and we want to be your appliance store now and into the future. We sell all the best brand names of appliances at the very best prices. We also deliver, install, and service what we sell. Shop local and with your 4-generation hometown appliance store. Come to Gochnauer Appliances and see what a great appliance purchase experience is all about. You can even shop from home now at Gochnauers.com. Thanks for your support.
When everyone has a different craving, Wickerman's Meals to Go has it all. All right now, all in one delivery. Pizza with the kids' favorite toppings. A delicious sub made the way you love. Fresh sushi for the whole group, and so much more. It's how busy people get busy eating the meals they love. Order on the Meals to Go app or at mealstogo.com to make everyone happy. Wegmans Meals to Go. All your favorite meals, all in one delivery.
Class-leading rear legroom. Available Mark Levinson Pure Play sound system. And now, for the first time, all-wheel drive. If there's anything missing from the Lexus ES, it's you. The Lexus ES, now available with all-wheel drive. See Bobby Rahal Lexus in Mechanicsburg or Lancaster County.
2021 ES versus 2020-2021 competitors. Information from manufacturer's website as of 7/16/2020. Mark Levinson is a registered trademark of Hardman International Industries, Inc.
We have a slight issue right now, and that's identification of the new pitcher in the ball game for this Charleston ball club. He's wearing the uniform number that Edwin Espinal had last night, that Holland was supposed to wear. So we've got a mystery on our hands. It's a right-hander. Maybe if we ask him 10 questions with our blindfolds on, we can identify him. The mystery guest on What's My Line back in the day. But we have sent somebody down to the Charleston dugout to gather the information for us. Blake Galen facing the right-hander. Eliardo Cabrera worked 2/3 of an inning, allowing 3 hits, and at this point 4 runs, 3 earned. He walked 3, didn't strike out anybody, and Galen is 1 for 3 tonight, facing the newcomer. And when we can, we'll let you know who that is. Even the MLB system does not have this player listed as number 47, whoever it may be. Whoever it is throws a first pitch strike, and it's 0-1 on Galen. He started the inning a while ago by popping out to second base. Lancaster with 4 runs on the board here to take an 8-5 lead. Galen trying to add to that. The bases are now loaded on walks. The 0-1 finds its way to the inside corner for a second strike. It is 0-2. Rondon at third, Gindel at second, and Mercedes just picked up his 16th RBI of the year. He's the runner at first base. No balls, 2 strikes to Galen, who gets underneath and hits a fly ball to center. Ruby Silva is there for the catch. Galen making the first and the last outs of the 5th inning, but in between, Lancaster tacks on 4 runs with 3 hits and 1 error. 3 runners were left on base. We're done with 5, and the score is Lancaster 8, Charleston 5.
We are finally back enjoying Barnstormers baseball. I'm Adam Gochnauer from Gochnauer Appliances and thrilled to be sponsoring Barnstormers baseball yet again. We also wanted to thank all of you for your incredible support for our business during the pandemic. We are so happy to still be here helping you with the best brand names and the best prices of major appliances in the area. Enjoy the game, and we will continue to service you now and into the future. Gochnauer Appliances in East Petersburg and on the web at Gochnauers.com.
Like craft beers? Then the best place to be in Lancaster is Clipper Magazine Stadium. That's right, celebrate baseball or just a night with your friends at the Broken Bat Deck down the right field line. The Broken Bat features more than 20 local craft breweries plus product from a local winery. Food including Otto's Meatballs is sold off a pub-style menu. So get together, hang out with your friends, or make some new ones. Enjoy a night of craft beer sampling along with a Barnstormers game.
Well, we have solved the mystery, and if my memory cells had been active, I would have been able to solve that mystery. I was told by Mark Minikazi they had a pitcher coming in late this afternoon by the name of Maddox Conger, and he was given that floating number 47 jersey that has made its way through a few different hands in this series. So Maddox Conger is the right-hander that took over and retired Blake Galen on the flyout to finish the fifth inning. The Barnstormers are in the lead 8-5, and Donald Goodson will take over to start an inning. And this is where Donald's at his best. He has not fared well when he's had to come in with an inherited runner situation. He's allowed 11 of 13 inherited runners to score, but he has been known to do pretty well when he starts an inning fresh. He's 1-2 with a 7.8 ERA. This is his 14th appearance of the season. That number of appearances ties him with Brandon Fry of York for the league lead. First pitch is high to the second baseman, Elmer Reyes. Ball one and no strikes the count. Goodson, the third pitcher used by the Barnstormers. Next delivery is too close, and ball two, it's 2-0. Evans worked an inning and a third. He gave up 4 hits and 3 runs. Only one of those was earned. He walked one, did not strike out a batter. Goodson to Reyes, 2-0. There's what he was looking for. Called strike. And we get to 2-1. About this time every night, we check in on the game box and look at the pitch totals. Here's a 2-1 to Reyes. Fly ball center field, not terribly deep. Marching in, De Asa for the catch. One away as Goodson recovers from the 2-0 count. Scott Kelly will come to the plate. He has not been retired in the game. 2 singles and a walk. He has scored 2 of the 5 Charleston runs. Joe Harris threw 78 pitches tonight, 35 balls. Eliardo Cabrera, 35 pitches, 20 balls. So they're operating about 50-50. Conger got all 3 of his in the zone. The Barnstormers have thrown 98 pitches, 51 for strikes. Taken by Kelly, it's 0-1. So both pitching staffs are operating just shy of 50% called balls. We've had 10 walks total. Outside for a ball, 1-1. The problem with comparing 2021 to 2019, and ultimately it's what Major League Baseball is looking to do. I mean, they're not just throwing us into these experimental rules in a vacuum. They have statisticians tracking the data. But what's going to be difficult for those statisticians at MLB is separating the factors of this strike zone versus having the human umpires the first half of 2019, separating that from the level of pitching that has been in the Atlantic League during those 2 stretches, because there were far more veteran pitchers in 19 than we have here in 21. Again, it's because so many people retired during the pandemic. 2-1 to Kelly, lined out the left. Here comes Trayvon, but he'll have to take it on a bounce, and the Atlantic League version of Machine Gun Kelly is 3 for 3 tonight. A 1-out base runner in the 6th. Teodoro Martinez will step in. He's already had 2 doubles in tonight's ball game and has entertained us amazingly with some of the antics, and one time getting out of the way of a close pitch. On another occasion, being tagged out at home by De La Rosa. He knew he was cooked, so he came in and hugged Anderson. You got to love a guy like that. 1 out, 1 on. Scott Kelly, again the base runner. Donald Goodson goes to work on Teodoro Martinez. The pitch finds the outside corner as Martinez got the change. It is 0-1. Barnstormers lead this one 8-5, top half of the 6th. Don't assume anything. It's nice to have the lead, but the Barnstormers know from experience these games tend to be high scoring. It trickles away from De La Rosa, but Kelly had already more or less committed to going back to first base. It was too late for him to think about moving ahead to second. It looked like De La Rosa was going to block it. He did. He got a piece of it, and then the ball rolled away up the first base side. 1 ball and 1 strike, the count on Teodoro Martinez. A warm and muggy, definitely summer-like evening at Clipper Magazine Stadium. The reigning best ballpark in the Major League Baseball partner leagues per the fan vote on Ballpark Digest. And Clipper Magazine Stadium in the finals, leading the vote against Franklin Field, home of the Milwaukee Milkmen. But you can help Clipper Magazine Stadium win by voting. 2-1 to Martinez, chipped down the right field line. This could be trouble. In is Gindel. It holds up long enough for Caleb to make the catch. Martinez is retired. That's the 2nd out. The batter will be the right fielder, Jose Tabata. Tabata has a run scored and a run batted in tonight. Officially, he is 0 for 2. Not that Tabata's easy pickings, because he certainly isn't. He came in batting .355, an experienced major leaguer, and I remember all the hype when he was coming up in the Pirate chain. It was like he was the next big Pirate star, the next Roberto Clemente or something. And he had a successful major league career. Now here in the Atlantic League, ball is low, 1-0. But you'd rather deal with Tabata right now and get him than have to face Jimmy Paredes as the potential tying run from the left side of the plate, and he's due next. Lancaster does have more action in the bullpen. The pitch is taken on the outside edge by Tabata. The count levels at 1 ball and 1 strike. We are in the top of the 6th inning. Lancaster ahead by the score of 8-5 on this Saturday evening. The series finale is tomorrow afternoon. Augie Silk will pitch it for the Barnstormers. A check swing on ball 2 up. 2-1 on the former Pirate. Defense playing deep. Kelly leads off first, doesn't go. The breaking ball well wide. 3-1 to Tabata with Paredes looming. And that is Francisco Mendoza, the other newcomer, warming up in the bullpen. He has AAA experience, but it was years back. 3-1 pitch. Again, it's high. Paredes is due as the tying run. 6 walks now issued by Barnstormers pitching tonight. Kelly goes to second. Tabata is on at first. Paredes singled home a run back in the 5th inning, batting then with the bases loaded. He scored 2. He's driven in 1 tonight. He's 1 out of 3. I think he goes for broke with at least 1 swing on this at bat. Kelly up to second. Tabata aboard at first. Goodson asked to get through Paredes and keep the lead at 3. A 1-out single, a 2-out walk, interspersed among fly ball outs here in the top of the 6th inning to Paredes, way inside, chasing him out of the box. Ball 1, no strikes to Jimmy. Lancaster will start the bottom of the 6th with Robinson, DeAza, and the pitcher spot. 1-0. Popped up. De La Rosa's got to play. He avoids the home plate umpire. Zawiski makes the catch. Goodson able to get through Jimmy Paredes, who fouls out, ending the inning. No runs on 1 hit with no errors. 2 more left on base by West Virginia. That is 8 for the night. We'll go to the bottom of the 6th. The lead for the Barnstormers is intact. It is Lancaster 8 and Charleston 5.
Localflavor.com, local flavor. Localflavor.com, local flavor.
Excuse me, are you saying localflavor.com?
Oh, yeah, it's where I save big bucks on all kinds of things. Home improvement projects, dining out, family fun, electronics, jewelry, clothing. I even bought my wife a fancy spa package for half price.
Half price?
Yep, you know all the deals you find in Clipper Magazine.
I love Clipper Magazine.
Well, they're all on localflavor.com too. And you can get them right on your phone thanks to localflavor.com's mobile app. Here, take a look.
Well, this app is amazing. Look at all these restaurants, amusement parks, car washes, fitness centers. This is worth sharing about.
Exactly. Localflavor.com online, the Local Flavor mobile app, and Clipper Magazine together. It's like a triple play.
Do the cheer again. I'm in.
Localflavor.com, local flavor. Come on, everybody! Localflavor.com, local flavor. Localflavor.com, local flavor.
Maddox Conger will stay on the hill. We go to the bottom of the 6th inning. Robinson, DeAza, and then the pitcher spot coming up for the Lancaster Barnstormers. This right-hander in his Atlantic League debut. Got Blake Galen to fly to center with the bases loaded. Closing out the bottom half of the 5th inning. Maddox Conger from Stevensville, Texas, 6'2", 235-pounder. He pitched at Vanderbilt. A guy who should know what he's doing. He got to the New York Penn League, actually a little bit of time in the Midwest League at West Michigan with the Detroit Tigers back in 2019 and was released from there. Wasn't a top shelf pitcher at Vanderbilt, but over 3 years with the Commodores, he appeared in 35 games. 1 strike, the count to Trayvon Robinson. We'll look at a strike as it reaches the inside corner, 0-2. He was at Sussex County to start this year and did not see very much success. But if you pitched at Vanderbilt, you know top-level competition. 0-2, Robinson gets a piece. No, he swung and missed entirely. Rada will fling it to first base. It is late. So Trayvon Robinson able to reach base on a 3rd strike pass ball.
Now batting number 37, the center fielder, Alejandro DeAza.
That got right through Alfonso Rada. That's why it looked like a foul ball from this vantage point. Now here is DeAza, who is 3 for 3, all singles. He has scored a run. He has driven in a run. Robinson, the runner at first base. The Barnstormers looking to build on their lead. And DeAza has a close scrape with a Maddox Conger fastball. Vanderbilt, former national champion of college baseball, and the Commodores have been back in the College World Series. Vanderbilt going to the finals this year because North Carolina State had to deal with a COVID-19 problem, of all things at this point. They were worried at one point about the Yankees. They had an outbreak on the coaching staff, but they were able to contain that. Throw to first base at the beginning of the season. Who was it? The Marlins, I believe it was, had the issue. The Mets, I know, ended up missing a lot of games. And with the pandemic certainly repressed at this point. It hits NC State. Swing and a miss. DeAsa batting at 1-2. Out on deck, I believe, that is Devon Torrance. I peer around the corner of the booth. 8-5, Barnstormers leading. Robinson, the base runner. We'll see if Trayvon can take off on Conger. 1-2, DeAsa ground ball, second base. Should be an easy two. Reyes to Kelly, and back to Paredes. They're able to turn it, 4-6-3. Maddox Conger may be the first in a wave that we see here in 2021. Torrance will be the batter. 2 outs, nobody on base. And we'll get Francisco Mendoza when this game advances to the 7th inning. But there is discussion behind the scenes, and you have to wonder how many undrafted D1 players will be coming here, because the draft is not as many rounds as it has been in the past. The first pitch strike to Devon. It is 0-1. Blake Allemond, who's 0 for 1 in the game tonight, waits on deck. Torrance digging in. Devon has had a lot more success on the road than he has at home. Fastball is burned inside, 1-1. Well, you have a guy from one of the top 5 baseball programs in the country facing a guy from one of the top 5 football programs in the country. Neither one necessarily a frontline player from those programs, but definitely a part of it and definitely played a role. That one slipped. Ball 2 to Torrance. When you compete at that level, you know about high stakes. Torrance maybe more so even than Conger, because football at the college level is so much more on the national stage than baseball is. A swing and a miss, and it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. But you have to know how to handle the pressure. Torrance had 4 interceptions for Ohio State, all against Big Ten opponents. Swinging and missing here, and Conger continues to impress. This looks like it's a big signing for this Charleston, West Virginia team. No runs, no hits, no errors. The Barnstormers leave nobody. We will move to the 7th inning with the score, Lancaster 8 and Charleston 5.
At Clipper Magazine Stadium, we have hot dogs and popcorn, peanuts, soda, and nachos. But what if, say, you are only 3 months old and mom wants to have a night out and watch the Barnstormers? Well, thanks to May Grant Obstetrics and Gynecology, the littlest of Stormer fans now have a place to go for dinner during the game. Tots can take mom to the Little Sluggers dugout behind Section 13 at the stadium for a comfortable private feeding experience. A brightly painted room with comfortable furniture and TVs tuned to the game, it is the perfect spot for baby and mom during a night at the ballpark.
I'm an aficionado.
I'm a sneakerhead.
I'm a foodie. Gamer.
I'm a gym rat.
There are many names for enthusiast,
A fashionista.
but there's only one way to become one. By going all in. The Lexus IS Sports Sedan is our obsession. Relentlessly engineered and designed to be the most responsive IS ever. It's what we call going all in on the sports sedan. The Lexus IS. See Bobby Rahal Lexus in Mechanicsburg or Lancaster County.
Yeah, Merry Christmas, Ross Peoples. As he goes to his 3rd new pitcher today to see exactly what he has. Cody Boydston worked really well until he had to leave the game due to a health issue. In the fourth inning, again, we still don't know exactly what happened there. We thought it had something to do with a knee or an ankle. He was hobbling around, and then the next thing we knew, they were taking water out to him. He had to come out of the game. Then Ryan Evans came in. Evans got knocked around, but it wasn't a disaster. Donald Goodson, who's been with the ball club since the start of the season, but he too is making an enormous jump from the United Shore League to here. He threw the sixth inning and gave up a base hit and a walk, but no runs. He'll get a hold. And now the other new guy, Francisco Mendoza, takes over. With Mendoza, it's a question of can he remember what to do? Ball one is inside and low on Ruby Silva. It's 1-0 from the three-quarters throwing right-hander who lives in Providence, Rhode Island now. Originally from the Dominican Republic is Mendoza. The 1-0 pitch slammed to left center field. Racing over is Robinson. He is there for out number one. Mendoza getting his feet wet once again. He is 33 years old, by the way. We're not talking any kind of a rookie. He was in the Texas Rangers organization for a number of years, starting with the Dominican League, which is at the rookie level, mostly meant for 16 and 17-year-olds who sign. Mendoza is from a town called Sabana de la Mar, which would indicate to me a coastal town. He's facing Reimer Liriano, who is 0 for 1 with 2 walks. Strike taken. It is 0-1. When Ross texted me, he said we're signing Francisco Mendoza, I thought to myself, please tell me this is the guy who pitched in the Rangers organization from 08 to 16, because otherwise there's nothing out there. The batter, meanwhile, isn't Liriano. He had departed. This is Marcus Connect, who doubled off of Moya last night for just his second hit in 28 at-bats. Keeping up with this double hook rule. Ball two is inside, 2-1. Mendoza from Sabana de la Mar in the Dominican Republic. Started his pro career in 2008 at the age of 20. Strike taken on the outside corner, 2-2 to Connect, with Alberto Callaspo waiting on deck. The last work in the United States for Mendoza was in 2016. He appeared in 42 games in relief for the AAA Round Rock Express. Popped up near the plate. De La Rosa out in front. Squeezes that. 2 outs. Ross, by and large, has to be very happy with what he has seen out of the recent signings. The switch hitting Callaspo stands in. He is a sacrifice fly and an infield base hit in the ball game tonight. First pitch from Mendoza, a tad low. Ball one, no strikes. Play is in the top of the 7th inning. The Barnstormers leading by 3 at 8-5. Mendoza comes back and again deals low to Callaspo. It is 2-0. Alfonso Reyta, the catcher, is due next. Mendoza trying to find that knees at the outside corner, and he's missed with 3 in a row. Now on Callaspo, in danger of issuing the 7th walk by the Barnstormers pitching staff tonight. Cayaspo awaits the 3-0. Mendoza will bring it home, and that too is out of the zone. Every Barnstormers pitcher in the game has given up at least one base on balls. At Round Rock in 16, Mendoza did save 7 games. His numbers were pretty solid, 60 hits, 18 walks in 53 and 2/3 innings, 47 strikeouts, but his ERA was up there at 6.2. Ground ball, second base. Mercedes will flip to Rendon, a very elementary end of the inning, 4-6 on the first delivery to Alfonso Reyes. No runs, no hits, no errors. One man is left. We have gotten to the 7th inning stretch tonight at Clipper Magazine Stadium. The Lancaster Barnstormers continue to lead 8-5.
New to Clipper Magazine Stadium in 2021 is Otto's Hospitality. Otto's is totally committed to the fan experience, from quality to convenience to safety. And they are committed to Lancaster, using local food purveyors whenever possible. New menu items like homemade Brauhaus pretzels, Black Angus burgers, and Otto's meatballs are sure to make any Barnstormers game even more fun. Use self-ordering kiosks or your phone instead of waiting in the lines. That's Otto's Hospitality.
Pennsylvanians are creating their own soundtrack. Thanks to PA Lottery Scratch-Offs, excitement's back. Pennies, nickels, dimes, or quarters, no matter your choice, scratching's always in order. With big top prizes and second chance drawings, thrills await. They're out there calling. If it's excitement you seek and you're looking for action, play the PA Lottery. And keep on scratching. Must be 18 or older. Please play responsibly. Benefits older Pennsylvanians every day.
We get to the bottom of the 7th inning. Alemán, De La Rosa, and Rendon are the scheduled pitchers. And once again, we've got a mystery on our hands. Clinton Holland is listed as the new pitcher in the game for the Charleston Charlies, or West Virginia Power if you prefer, depending on whether you go with the official name or the jerseys they're wearing. But I believe this is Brett Clark now in the game. He also signed today. It's number 46, not 45. So this is Clark and not Holland. Blake Alemán leading off. He's 0 for 1 with a walk and catcher's interference. Gotta tip your hat to Madison Conger in his debut in this league. He struck out 2 and got the better on his end of all 4 batters he faced. One reached on a third strike pass ball. Into the dirt for a ball. It is 1-0 from Brett Clark, who just signed this afternoon with West Virginia. High and outside to Alemán, 2-0. With this double hook rule and teams scrambling for pitching, signing guys every day, and having no PR person here from the visiting club, it is a madhouse upstairs trying to figure out who's who at times. 3-0 the count to Alemán. To the best of my knowledge, this is Brett Clark. Clinton Holland was the starter last night, and I don't think Mark Minicozzi is at that level of desperation. Though some teams have been close. Alemán gets the walk. Ball 4 is outside. The Barnstormers are in business here in the bottom of the 7th inning. 6th walk they have drawn tonight. And Anderson De La Rosa will come to the plate. De La Rosa is 1 for 2 with a run scored and 2 runs batted in. And now they've got to get Clinton Holland out of the system. De La Rosa has the night's most important hit, I believe, the 2-run double in the 5th inning. You could construe it to be the home run by Gindel in the 4th. Both gave the Barnstormers a 2-run lead. De La Rosa giving the Barnstormers the most recent lead. Clark slips a pitch back to the inside corner, a strike to Dela. It is 0-1. 8-5 Barnstormers, bottom half of the 7th inning. Nobody throwing in the Lancaster bullpen right now. De La Rosa cannot hold on the swing. It's 0-2. Cleo Luis Rondon waits on deck. It looks like Mendoza will be asked to throw a 2nd inning, and then likely we'll see Scott Schumann for the 9th. 0-2. De La Rosa lets that one go. It's up. Ball 1, 2 strikes the count. Now we have seen a couple of newcomers for Mark Minikazi. He's got another one, Major League veteran Manny Corpus, the one-time Colorado Rocky, coming tomorrow. Fly ball right field. Gauging this one. The back is Tabata for the catch. 1 out in the inning. Tonight we have seen Conger and Clark. The Barnstormers have used Boydston, Evans, and Mendoza. So each club signing 3 new pitchers this weekend alone as the search continues. Minikazi has to be excited with what he saw out of Conger. Clark working with 1 out, 1 on, and Rondon. It's a ground ball to second. This could be 2. They will get the force out. Kelly back to first, and that's not quite in time, despite the best efforts of Jimmy Paredes doing the splits. 4-6. Tough to turn 2 unless you've got a really slow runner on a ball hit to the left of the second baseman. There's an extra split second for him to turn and line up the throw. Caleb Gindel will now be facing Clark. Single T in Brett, E at the end of Clark. He is 24 years of age, from Selden, New York, and a product of Stony Brook University. 4 years there. The pitch to Gindel hangs up high and outside. Ball 1, no strikes. Gindel homered for the 6th consecutive game back in the 4th inning. Overall tonight, he is 2 for 3. He was 19-13 at Stony Brook, was Mr. Clark. 4.55 ERA. Chopper to second base. Easy play for Reyes, and the bullpen continues to do well at least the last couple of innings. The newcomers for Mark Minikazi, no runs, no hits, no errors, 1 left. We're on our way to the 8th. The score remains 8-5 Lancaster.
Bummer, the Barnstormers are on the road and you're looking for something to do. Clipper Magazine Stadium still has the answer for family fun. The summer movie series returns, presented by Lidl Supermarkets on selected nights throughout the summer season. Bring the kids out to the ballpark for family-friendly movies. For just $6.50 per person, you get to sit on the outfield grass and enjoy a film on the big screen in left center field. Showtime is 7 p.m. For more information and movie listings, go to LancasterBarnstormers.com and click on the events page.
There are those who say,
leave well enough alone.
If it isn't broken, don't fix it.
You don't mess with success.
while others have something quite different to say. The Lexus RX, with enhanced dynamic handling and available 12.3-inch touchscreen. It's the best-selling luxury crossover of all time, reinvented. See Bobby Rahal Lexus in Mechanicsburg or Lancaster County.
Francisco Mendoza is out for his second inning of work. He'll face Elmer Reyes, Scott Kelly, and Teodoro Martinez, trying to hold an 8-5 lead. Right now, Ryan Evans would be in line for the win. because of his positioning in the ballgame. This is not a situation where it's scorekeeper's discretion. Evans was actually in the game when the Barnstormers took the lead in the bottom of the 5th inning, and not the starter. Reyes to lead off here. He is 0 for 3 on the night against the Barnstormers stable of pitchers. He was the first guy to face Evans. Inside and low from Mendoza. Ball 1, no strikes. They saw Boydston in the 3rd inning, Evans in the 4th, Goodson in the 6th, and now sees Mendoza as we trigger the 8th inning. 1 ball, no strikes. Francisco Mendoza comes back, and it's knocked foul over the screen. 1-1 on Elmer Reyes, who was born in Nicaragua. A lot of countries have produced Major League Baseball players. Fly ball right field. Gindel has his sights set on this one just in front of the track. Caleb with the catch. Reyes is retired for the first out, 1 away. Of course, the trivia question is, name the only Major League player from the continent of Africa who was born there. And if you followed the Barnstormers closely, you know the answer to that because he played here for just a couple of weeks back in 2019. South Africa's Gift and Gope, a Pittsburgh Pirate and then a Barnstormer, a very brief tenure. 1 out, and here is Scott Kelly, who has been a miserable under-the-surface plague for the Barnstormers pitching staff in this game. Ball is inside to him, 1-0. He has not been retired tonight. 3 singles and a walk for Kelly. 2 singles to left, 1 to right. He walked against Boydston in the 3rd inning. 1 ball, no strikes from Mendoza, and 2-0 now. Francisco has retired 4 of the 5 that he's faced, but his control has not been ideal. He's been behind hitters. 1 out in the 8th inning. Lancaster needs 5 more between the 8th and the 9th. To Kelly, ball 3 is inside. It's 3-0. Mendoza gave up a 2-out walk to Callaspo in the 7th. Now he's behind Kelly, 3-0. The motion and the pitch. Ball 4 is inside. And when Mendoza has been missing, he has been missing inside to the right-handed hitters, outside to the left-handed batters. It's as if he's missing a step in the mechanics and following through. Teodoro Martinez will be the hitter. Martinez is 2 out of 4 with a pair of doubles, both to left field. One toward the corner and the other one over the head of Trayvon Robinson. 1 out, 1 on here in the 8th inning, and again, Paredes looms on deck. The pitch to Martinez, and it's the 5th in a row. Martinez has missed inside to a right hand, or not Martinez, Mendoza facing Martinez, and Mendoza's missed with 5 straight inside to a right-handed batter. That is generally a mechanical issue when it happens. Teodoro Martinez trying to reach base and get Paredes up again as the possible tying run of the game. Mendoza finds the strike zone. It's 1-1. The veteran Texas Rangers farmhand Francisco Mendoza coming in today along with Cody Boydston and Ryan Evans. Evans came the farthest. He came from Orlando. High pop fly on the right side. Mercedes back. Gindel is in. Gindel with the catch. 2 outs. Everything's been in the air off the bat of Martinez in the game. So here is Tabata, rather. Paredes on deck. Tabata steps in. He has a walk and a sac fly in this game. Ground out, and he's reached on an error. 2 outs. Mendoza needing one more here in the 8th inning. And I would certainly have to imagine we'll see Scott Schumann for the 9th. To Tabata, a strike at the knees. It's 0-1. Just when you think that Mendoza is getting really shaky with the control, he locates it again and hasn't really gotten himself terribly into harm's way. No balls and a strike to Tabata. Fouled back. Mendoza has him at 0-2. Mercedes, Galen, and Robinson are the scheduled hitters in the bottom of the 8th inning. Crowd tonight at 4,482 here at Clipper Magazine Stadium. Very nice night. Good to see the fans out here. 0-2 pitch. Driven foul toward Prince Street, 0-2. Speaking of Prince Street, we had an adventure last night. The fire alarm went off at one of the warehouses across the street from the ballpark, and the Lancaster County or Lancaster City Fire Department couldn't figure out for the longest time what triggered it. There wasn't a fire that you could see through the windows of the building. Mendoza thought he had that one. He didn't, and it's ball 1 on Tabata. But the lights were on in the warehouse. Water was pouring out of some kind of a drain in the side of the building. You got the feeling that something forced the sprinklers to turn on. What a mess. 1-2 pitch in on the hands and fouled away. Jimmy Paredes, again, the on-deck batter. 8-5 Barnstormers. It's been that way since a 4-run Lancaster 5th inning. We are in the 8th with 2 outs and 1 on. Barnstormers pitchers tonight have walked 8. We have seen 14 walks total in a ball game that is over 3 hours in length. The pitch is high, and Tabata will bat at 2-2. Nobody throwing in the Barnstormers bullpen, not yet. Two balls and 2 strikes here. Kelly leads off first to Tabata, beaten foul, and this battle continues. Our streak of sub-3-hour games is over. 2:58 on Thursday, the getaway night from Lexington. 2:55 here last night. It seemed like it was over in a blink relative to the other games involving the Barnstormers this year. 2-2, Tabata fouls another. That one looked like it kicked off the guide wire at the top of the screen, back down to a fan who made the play. 2-2 continuing on Jose Tabata. A base runner twice, but doesn't have a hit to show for the night. Kelly again inching off first base. Mendoza to the plate. Ground ball foul past third. And Minikazi can't dig it up. Tabata really fighting for this at bat. And Mendoza not caving in. 2-2, 2 outs. Kelly held by Galen over at first. He's going to stay put. 2-2 pitch is a balk charged to Mendoza. He may not have come to a full set. That's usually the explanation. So no pitch. Kelly is ahead to second. And when you're looking at it from the perspective of this game, the Barnstormers might be better off with the balk than ball 3. If it were the 9th inning, it would definitely be the case. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Mendoza will work to the plate. Tabata launches this to left center. Easily playable for Alejandro De Aza. He'll surround it. All 3 outs via the sky here in the 8th inning. No runs, no hits, no errors, and 1 left. We're on our way to the bottom of the 8th. Mercedes, Galen, and Robinson are the scheduled hitters with the score. The Lancaster Barnstormers 8 and the Charleston, West Virginia Power Charlie's 5.
For the youth of our area, the Barnstormers are offering a wide variety of camps throughout the summer to teach everyone some tips on baseball and softball. Camps are offered to kids as young as 4 and as old as 12. Some even involve the parents. They run from June 15 all the way through August 28. For more information, go to LancasterBarnstormers.com and click on the Clinics tab. All presented by Orthopedic Associates of Lancaster.
Pennsylvanians are creating their own soundtrack. Thanks to PA Lottery Scratch-Offs, excitement's back. Pennies, nickels, dimes, or quarters, no matter your choice, scratching's always in order. With big top prizes and second chance drawings, thrills await. They're out there calling. If it's excitement you seek and you're looking for action, play the PA Lottery. And keep on scratching. Must be 18 or older. Please play responsibly. Benefits older Pennsylvanians every day.
We head to the bottom of the 8th inning. Brett Clark in his second inning of work. The Barnstormers, if they score, will cheat Scott Schumann out of a save opportunity. But they just want wins. Schumann already has begun to loosen up in the Lancaster bullpen. He is 5 for 5 in save chances this year and still has not yielded a run to the opposition. He's given up only 1 hit in his last 8 innings. We'll talk more about Schumann if he does enter play. Melvin Mercedes, the batter, he is 1 for 3 with a walk, keeping that on-base percentage around 500. Clark is outside to him for a ball, 1-0. Run scored and a run batted in for Mercedes in tonight's contest. Defense is set straight away. Here comes the 1-0. Mercedes goes for it and fouls it away. A ball and a strike. If you're looking for the star of the ball game for the Lancaster Barnstormers, it's really spread out. And I'm going to have to make that call later on. The two people for the difference maker promotion. Breaking ball spins across. Mercedes is batting at 1-2. Right now, I'm leaning toward Gindel and DeAsa, but you've got to consider Anderson De La Rosa as well. 1-2, ground ball past the mound. The shortstop Kelly charges and gets rid of it quickly to cut down Mercedes. 6-3, 1 out. Blake Galen will step in. 1 out of 4 for Galen on the night. Lancaster without a hit since the 2-run double by De La Rosa back in the 5th inning. 3 walks followed that double to produce an insurance run. And since then, the Barnstormers have only had a drop third strike and a 4-pitch walk, put runners aboard. 10 hits total for the Barnstormers in the game. Galen takes a ball inside and low, 1-0. 10 hits to 7 on the night. Galen awaiting the 1-0. It's delivered and across. Called strike 1 from Brett Clark. Robinson waits on deck with 1 out here in the bottom of the 8th inning. Here's the 1-1 to Galen. Fastball down around his toes for ball 2 and a strike. Schumann, and again we'll bring this up, was fresh when he came in the finale of the Lexington series. He hadn't thrown in a few days and hit 98 on the radar gun. Popped up by Galen. The shortstop Kelly will put that away. 2 up and 2 down in the home 8th. Trayvon Robinson, the batter. Robinson is 1 for 4 with a run scored. Paredes, Silva, and the pitcher spot, if I am tracking this game correctly, will bat in the top of the 9th inning. Everybody of the belief, anyway, that Clark is batting 6th. We haven't seen any other moves. Ball 1 to Robinson. Breaking ball to the outside corner. Conger and Clark, both recent collegians, have looked very sharp in the latter innings of this game. 1 ball, 1 strike. Robinson lets that one go past, and it's ball 2, a little bit high, 2-1. Seeing a lot of off-speed stuff from Brett Clark. Two and one to Trayvon. Way up there on the fastball. 3 balls and a strike. On deck is DeAsa. And then you would have the pitcher spot, which, if it gets that far, you'd probably see Nick Schumpert, I would believe. 3-1 Robinson with a swing and a miss and a breaking ball. 3-2. The bats for both ball clubs have gone pretty quiet over the last 3 innings. Not much offense at all since the bottom of the 5th. Robinson up there, 3-2. Clark will bring it home. It's grounded on the left side. A diving try by the third baseman, and Callaspo almost got off a throw rolling over that was in time. How do you make that play, dive, throw from that position on your back, launch it across the diamond, and get it right on line to Paredes? If Robinson slowed down 1 iota, he would have been out. What a play by Callaspo. That's a highlight reel. Here is DeAsa, who is 3 for 4. You think these veteran major leaguers don't have it anymore? Come out and watch plays like that. How do you get off a throw from that position and get it anywhere close? There goes Robinson, and the pitch to DeAsa gets to the backstop. Trayvon gets a steal for that, his 5th of the year. Earlier this year, Devon Torrance got cheated out of a stolen base on a similar incident. They didn't see him break and charged it as a wild pitch. 1-0, the count on DeAsa. The Barnstormers looking for an insurance run here. The base hit for Trayvon, the 11th for the Barnstormers on the night. Ball 1, no strikes to DeAsa, who is driven in a couple of runs back in the first inning. He takes a strike. It is 1-1. 2 outs with the man at second base here in the 8th inning. Outside for ball 2, 2-1. The Charleston Charlies paying the visit to Clipper Magazine Stadium tonight. I guess the West Virginia Power will resurface tomorrow. Ball 3 is outside. And it is Schumpert in the on-deck circle. The only other option is Anthony Peroni. Robert Rosado was placed on the inactive list today to make room for the 3 pitchers that Ross Peoples brought in. Jared Lakin placed back on the disabled list. 3-1 to DeAsa, and that is to the backstop. On to third goes Robinson on the wild pitch, and DeAsa goes to first on the walk. The Barnstormers now have drawn 7 free passes tonight. There have been 3 Charleston Wild pitches. And Nick Schumpert will come to the plate with runners at first and third, 2 outs in the 8th inning. Batting for Mendoza. Schumpert is hitting .226 with 3 runs batted in. Ladarius Clark began the night in this spot in the batting order. He was 0 for 2. Kelly Dugan, the first pinch hitter, came through with a sacrifice fly that tied the game in the 5th inning. In the 7th, Devon Torrance struck out here, and now Schumpert batting in the bottom of the 8th with Robinson at 3rd and DeAsa at 1st. 2 men out. Lancaster with 11 hits, 7 walks. Catcher's interference. And a 3rd strike pass ball. That's 20 runners over the course of the ball game tonight. To Nick Schumpert, ground ball, shortstop. Kelly backing up on it, gets off a sidearm throw and feeds it perfectly to Elmer Reyes, ending the inning. Lancaster leaves runners out there, no runs on a hit, no errors, and 2 men were left on base. 10 left on by the Barnstormers through the 8 innings tonight. Scott Schumann should be coming in. We can't absolutely 100% positively guarantee it, but I would be very surprised if it didn't happen. We're on our way to the 9th inning of baseball here tonight with the score, the Lancaster Barnstormers 8 and the Charleston, West Virginia Power 5.
The Lexus NX is crafted to take on the modern adventure called life.
Alexa, what's the quickest route home?
With Amazon Alexa compatibility and the advanced Lexus safety system, the Lexus NX is modern utility for the modern world. Because modern obstacles require modern solutions. See Bobby Rahal Lexus in Mechanicsburg or Lancaster County.
Amazon Alexa and all related logos are trademarks of Amazon.com Inc. or its affiliates. Not all Amazon Alexa functionality is available for in-vehicle use.
Localflavor.com, local flavor. Localflavor.com, local flavor.
Excuse me, are you saying localflavor.com?
Oh yeah, it's where I save big bucks on all kinds of things. Home improvement projects, dining out, family fun, electronics, jewelry, clothing. I even bought my wife a fancy spa package for half price.
Half price?
Yep, you know all the deals you find in Clipper Magazine.
I love Clipper Magazine.
Well, they're all on localflavor.com too. And you can get them right on your phone thanks to localflavor.com's mobile app. Here, take a look.
Well, this app is amazing. Look at all these restaurants, amusement parks, car washes, fitness centers. This is worth sharing about.
Exactly. Localflavor.com online, the Local Flavor mobile app, and Clipper Magazine together. It's like a triple play.
Do the cheer again. I'm in.
Localflavor.com, local flavor. Come on, everybody! Localflavor.com, local flavor. Localflavor.com, local flavor.
Looking back through this game, trying to find the hardest pitches thrown to this point in the game. And from what I am seeing, it was Eliardo Cabrera hitting slightly above 94. Scott Schumann will take the radar gun to a new dimension as far as this game is concerned. He's facing Paredes leading off. Jimmy Paredes is 1 out of 4. He has scored 2. He has driven in 1. The hard-throwing Scott Schumann in 11 innings this year has allowed 3 hits, no runs. He has walked 6, and he has struck out 21 batters. The first pitch to Paredes is a little bit up for a ball, and a 1-0 count. Schumann, the last couple of times out, has been slightly wild. 1 ball, no strikes. He'll come back and deliver to Paredes. Fastball met and fouled away. The count is 1 ball and 1 strike. The first pitch for Schumann recorded at 96 miles per hour. If you're in the ballpark and watching, it posted 95 out there. The radar gun here is always slightly lower than an official one through TrackMan. Up and away, ball 2 now on Paredes. 2 balls and a strike. Ruby Silva's on deck, and then you have the pitcher spot. Schumann 2 outings ago walked 2, and he walked 1 the last time he was in. To Paredes 2-1, and he is outside ball 3. Scott Schumann can't get lined up here against Paredes. Lancaster ahead by 3 in the top half of the 9th inning. Schumann is the 5th pitcher the Barnstormers have used in the game. Mendoza went 2. Foul ball back, 3 balls and 2 strikes now on Paredes. 2 walks given up by Francisco Mendoza, but nothing else. Paredes bats 3 balls and 2 strikes here. Leadoff batter in the 9th inning. You don't want to give up a walk and get anything started. Here's the payoff, but Schumann does just that. Paredes is on to start off the 9th inning as the Barnstormers walk their 9th tonight. Ruby Silva coming to the plate. He is 0 for 3. Grounded into a crucial double play back in the 5th inning. Schumann walks Paredes on 6 pitches. Now he'll contend with Silva. Well, the tying run moves into the on-deck circle. And I believe that is Edwin Espinal, who's changed numbers in this series, to Silva. Swing and a miss. 0-1. It looks like Espinal. We can't go by the number. But it would make sense. 0-1. And to Silva, swing and a miss as Schumann challenged him again. No balls and 2 strikes on the left-handed batting center fielder. Paredes leads from first base. Galen still holds him. 0-2 to Silva, fouled back to the screen. Now that Silva partially caught up to a fastball, does Schumann continue to go after him, or does he go to something else? The second last pitch cleared 97. 0-2. Paredes inching his way off of first. And Schumann will give him look like a sinker, swung on and missed. So chalk up the 22nd strikeout of the season for Scott. Runner at first base with 1 out, and the batter, I have to believe this is Edwin Espinal. Again, the numbers just don't match up. I'm almost positive this is Edwin Espinal. We really need a walkie-talkie down to the Charleston dugout or some other form of communication. But I have to believe this is Edwin Espinal. 1 out with Paredes at first. It has been interesting, to say the least, trying to keep up with the changing roster of the West Virginia Power here this weekend. 1 out, runner at first base, and the Schumann pitch is in the dirt. Ball 1 and no strikes.
Number 53, Edwin Espinal.
Espinal has been a deadly hitter. 405, 2 home runs, 8 runs batted in. Schumann back to work at 1-0, popped up foul and out of play as the count goes to 1 ball and 1 strike. I've been looking to see if I have gotten any updates on a roster sent to me from Charleston. I have not. 1-1. Schumann working to Edwin Espinal, one of the many former Somerset Patriots on this West Virginia club. Swing and a miss. 1 ball and 2 strikes. With all the pitchers that have had their contracts purchased out of the Atlantic League, the question remains, why is Scott Schumann still here? And nobody really knows the answer. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Espinal. Here's the pitch. Met and fouled to the screen. Will do it again. Lancaster trying to nail it down tonight. An 8-5 Barnstormers lead in the top of the ninth with 1 out and 1 on. Told you that the Barnstormers had over the course of the game 20 different base runners. 18 for West Virginia, knocked down by De La Rosa to keep the double play in order, 2-2. Generally, you don't think about double plays when Schumann is on the mound, but it wouldn't be a bad idea here. Scott, the last couple times out, he has overthrown some pitches, and you saw an instance of it right there. He has had a wild pitch a couple of times recently. 2 balls, 2 strikes. The count to Espinal with Callaspo waiting on deck. Espinal awaits. Schumann ready to go. Here's the 2-2. Gave him a breaking ball and got him swinging.
Another strikeout, and it's presented.
Schumann is fan 2, and now it is Callaspo officially 1 for 2 in the ball game. He's driven in a couple of runs. The Barnstormers have led 8-5 since the bottom of the 5th inning. Ross Peoples has to be happy with the performance of his pitching staff tonight. Schumann needs to get 1 more out, and a tough one indeed, in Callaspo. The first pitch, below the knees for a ball, 1-0. Paredes remaining the runner at first base. One nothing, the count on Callaspo. Schumann comes back, foul to the screen. The count levels at 1 ball and 1 strike. The catcher, Alfonso Reyda, is the scheduled hitter on deck. He's not out there, though. Elmer Reyes, 2 batters down the road, is. 1-1. Callaspo out of the way of a pitch down and in. Ball 2 and a strike. I would imagine that they will bat and that is actually, I saw 14, it's 44. That is Jovan Gonzalez in the on-deck circle. He will bat for Reyda if the need arises. Callaspo bats 2-1. Schumann will bring it home and miss for ball 3. And now Scott Schumann is a pitch away from bringing the possible tying run to the plate. And never trust Jovan Gonzalez in this ballpark. He has reached that deck more than once. Galen now has dropped behind Paredes over at first. 3-1 on Callaspo. Schumann ready. The pitch is strike 2 at the knees. Scott Schumann has Callaspo and West Virginia down to a final strike here tonight, but ball 4 would get the tying run to the plate. A walk and 2 strikeouts out of Schumann here in the top half of the 9th inning. A full count on Callaspo. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Fireworks are being loaded. Now out beyond left field. Time called. Callaspo backs away. 3-2. The count. Paredes will be turned loose. The roar again to a crescendo. Schumann is ready. The 3-2 is on the way, and it's fouled off. We've got to do it again. Still 3 balls and 2 strikes. Does Schumann go away from his fastball here? You want to throw a strike. You don't want Gonzalez, who's a pure opposite field hitter, coming to the plate as the tying run in this ballpark. He has done a lot of damage in this place over the years. He had 2 hits, including a double, and drove in a run last night. 3-2 on Callaspo. Schumann ready to go. Paredes takes off. The payoff is ball 4. And the tying run comes to the plate here in the 9th inning in the person of Jovan Gonzalez. Barnstormers pitching has walked 10 in tonight's game, and Ross Peoples is going to use his third and final timeout. Schumann doesn't typically get visits in the 9th inning. This one is very brief, almost as if Peoples were a delivery man and not a manager. 2 outs. Gonzalez is the batter.
Number 44, Jovan Gonzalez.
Gonzalez is hitting .225 with 2 homers and 8 runs batted in. The runner at second is Paredes. At first is Callaspo. Schumann will go to work on Jovan Gonzalez. He chased that one, couldn't hold on the swing in time. It is 0-1. The wind is blowing favorably for Jovan Gonzalez. Out toward right field, what little wind there is. 2 on, 2 out. Walks and strikeouts, all we have seen here in the top of the 9th inning, but the tying run is at the plate for West Virginia. Schumann back to work, 0-1 on Gonzalez. Fastball, line down the right side, fair into the corner. This will bring in Paredes. It will send Callaspo to third, and in its second with a double is Jovan Gonzalez, who trips over the bag, and he's tagged out for the final out of the game. We've had some weird endings this year, and this will be another one of them.
Well, there is quite an ending.
Gonzalez with the RBI base hit, dunks down the right field line to make it 8-6. He was about to be the tying run at second for Elmer Reyes, and he goes over the bag and is tagged out to end the ball game here tonight. That is how it is closed out. And the Barnstormers are victorious in another bizarre way. Our final this evening is 8-6. And we'll be back with a recap of this ball game in a moment. Lancaster victorious for the second night in a row here against the West Virginia Power. That wrap-up show coming your way next on the Lancaster Barnstormers YouTube channel, brought to you by Gockenauer Appliances of East Petersburg.
When everyone has a different craving, Wickerman's Meals to Go has it all. All right now, all in one delivery. Pizza with the kids' favorite toppings. A delicious sub made the way you love. Fresh sushi for the whole group, and so much more. It's how busy people get busy eating the meals they love. Order on the Meals to Go app or at mealstogo.com to make everyone happy. Wegmans Meals to Go. All your favorite meals, all in one delivery.
You can enjoy a night at the ballpark and help out the United Way of Lancaster County. All you have to do is spend 3 hours as an usher during a Barnstormers home game, and the ball club will donate $20 in your name to the United Way program of your choice. Be a friendly face, have fun, and raise money for your favorite local charity. To sign up, go to the LancasterBarnstormers.com website and head to the community link, and we'll see you at the ballpark.
When everyone has a different craving, Wickerman's Meals to Go has it all. All right now, all in one delivery. Pizza with the kids' favorite toppings. A delicious sub made the way you love. Fresh sushi for the whole group, and so much more. It's how busy people get busy eating the meals they love. Order on the Meals to Go app or at mealstogo.com to make everyone happy. Wegmans Meals to Go. All your favorite meals, all in one delivery.
Well, this night got seriously weird and ended on a highly bizarre play. The Barnstormers prevail 8-6 over the West Virginia Power, or their alternate ego, the Charleston Charlies, here this evening. Lancaster with 8 runs on 11 hits. They were guilty of 2 errors along the way, and the Barnstormers stranded 10 along the way here this evening. on the part of Charleston, 6 runs on 8 hits with 1 error on the catcher's interference. And the Charlies tonight left 11 runners on the bases. The win goes to Ryan Evans, one of the newcomers for manager Ross Peoples today. He is 1-0. The loss to Eliardo Cabrera. The save to Scott Schumann, his 6th of the season. Home run tonight, there was only one. Caleb Gindel with a historic home run, tying the franchise record for most consecutive games with a long ball. He is connected for the 6th straight, his 10th home run of the season. That came with a man aboard in the 4th inning. The attendance tonight, 4,482 out here at Clipper Magazine Stadium, and the official time of our ball game tonight was in the 3:40s. We'll get that to you here in a second. The time of game is not posted in the box score. I believe that it was 3 hours and 41 minutes, maybe 3:40. So again, Evans the winner, and the loss goes to Eliardo Cabrera. He is 0-1. Scott Schumann, a little shakier than we're accustomed to, but he saves his 6th on the 9-6 tag play at second base. Jovan Gonzalez with the RBI double, but he tripped over the second base bag and gets tagged out as Gindel feeds Rendon. That's how we get the final out of the ball game tonight. The Barnstormers prevail and improve their record to 13-14 here in the first half as they try to climb back toward first place in the Northern Division. We'll get to the out-of-town scores in a minute. Against newcomer Cody Boydston, the Power scored in the first inning. Scott Kelly led off with a single to right, moved to third on a double to left by Teodoro Martinez. Jose Tabata got the run home with a sacrifice fly to center field. Boydston shut it down from there. The Barnstormers struck for 2 on 4 singles in the bottom of the first inning. They loaded the bases on singles by Gindel, Mercedes, and Galen. And 1 out later, Alejandro De Aza delivered the 2-run single into left center for the 2-1 lead. An unearned run on an error and 2 walks and a sacrifice fly produced the tying run in the top half of the 4th. The sac fly for Alberto Callaspo. It was 2-2. Caleb Gindel slugged the 2-run homer in the bottom of the 4th inning. Again, number 10 on the season for him is he connected for the 6th consecutive game. West Virginia took its final lead of the night in the 5th inning as they strung together a single by Kelly, a double by Martinez, an error at third base on a throw by Aleman. The other runners did not move up, but that error allowed Tabata to reach safely. Jimmy Paredes got a run home with a bloop single into right. That made it 4-3. A double play took some of the starch out of the inning, but after Callaspo, after Liriano walked, Alberto Callaspo reached on an infield base hit as the tying run scored. It was 4-4. Actually, I take that back. That made it 5-4. That base hit by Callaspo made it a 5-4 ball game in the 5th inning. And then in the bottom half of the 5th, the Barnstormers scored their final 4 runs of the game. With 1 out, Trayvon Robinson grounded a single into right. Alejandro De Aza hit a ground ball toward the hole on the first base side. Jimmy Paredes, a diving attempt at it, got off a throw to second, but from his knees the throw was wide. Runners safe at first and second. They went up on a wild pitch, a sacrifice fly by pinch hitter Kelly Dugan. Got the tying run home after Blake Aleman reached on catcher's interference. Anderson De La Rosa doubled home 2 more. 3 walks forced in the 8th run. The Barnstormers were done for the night with the 8-5 lead. Donald Goodson held that lead through the 6th inning. Francisco Mendoza got the Barnstormers through the 7th and the 8th. The 9th inning started off with a walk to Jimmy Paredes. Scott Schumann struck out the next 2, but then walked Alberto Callaspo on a 3-ball, 2-strike pitch. Jovan Gonzalez, how many times has he gone down the right field line against the Barnstormers over the years. He did it again with a drive just fair down the stripe, headed for the right field corner. They were going to have an 8-6 deficit with the tying runs in scoring position and 2 outs for Elmer Reyes when Gonzalez stumbled past the second base bag. He couldn't get back. Rodon tagged him out. The Barnstormers hold on for the victory tonight by that final score of 8-6. Lancaster with the victory here this evening in the second game of this 3-game series. In a moment, we will take a look at the out-of-town scores. We'll bring them up in just a moment as the Barnstormers improve to 13-14 on the season, breaking out of the 5-game losing streak with back-to-back wins here. Everything else, a final tonight. Lexington won its 12th straight at home, defeating High Point 10-3. Southern Maryland has tripped up York 4-2. Gastonia 9-3 over Long Island. Now the Barnstormers find themselves at 13-14, and they also find themselves trailing a new first-place team in the Northern Division. Stan Clyburn has the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs, who started off very slowly this year, but they are surging. Southern Maryland now 14-13, a half game ahead of Long Island, 1 full game ahead of the Lancaster Barnstormers. That's how it stacks up from here. Game 3 of the series coming up tomorrow afternoon, and again, these strapped pitching staffs will be scrambling for starters. Manny Corpus, who has just been signed by the West Virginia Power, will be on the hill for them. He is a former Colorado Rocky, spent some time, you may remember, with the Sugarland Skeeters over the last few years, and he'll match up against Barnstormers lefty Augie Silk tomorrow afternoon. Game time is at 1 o'clock. Join us on the Barnstormers YouTube channel beginning at 12:55 tomorrow afternoon. Now for our video producer, Ryan Cortazzo, our assistant in the press box, Allison Shuey, and all the cast and crew here at Clipper Magazine Stadium, as well as our presenting sponsor, Gockenauer Appliances of East Petersburg. I'm Dave Collins. Have a great evening, everyone, and come tomorrow, we'll see you at the ballpark.